Hello everyone, thank you so much for having us. It is going to be a very long run, so what we're going to do, we're just going to get into the game and get started right away because we have a lot of time. I mean, there's a lot to go through when it comes to this run, and there's a decent amount of an intro. So we'll get started, and then we can do intros, let you know what we're going to be in for this. I was about to say this evening because I'm usually doing this run at the middle of the bloody night. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. What is it? It's 2023, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. It's morning. I'm not usually up at this time. All right, we're ready? In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. All the way to the top. Hello, I am GLPhoenix.
I'm Breefree.
And yeah, this is Pokemon Sword and Shield, 80% with DLC. So, Aspect, can you give us just the very summarized version of what this category is? Because I yeah, and what Pokemon that is going to be, we're not sure yet. We'll find out when we get there. And why it's probably, we're not, like you've got probably another 40, 45 minutes to get the donations in for naming the main, because it does take about that long for us to get to that point where we want to be going to that DLC area. So the first chunk here is going to be very much similar to just a regular 80% run where we'll have Sobble, we'll make our way through. But there is going to be a point where we will make our way to the Crown Tundra, and that is where things get, well, a little bit interesting, to say for sure.
For sure.
Another thing to note, when it comes to really long speedruns, especially ones with a lot of dialogue, ones that are very dialogue heavy and requires a lot of mashing, have a turbo controller. It is really helpful. You just have to hold the button and it mashes through it for you. And it is actually really, really nice, even as just an accessibility thing where not everyone is able to mash for 4 hours. It is just not feasible for a lot of people, and it's just not healthy.
It'll save your hands for sure.
Exactly. So to promote good hand health, turbo is really good. Also, be sure to stretch. Hydrate, because again, it's a long run. You gotta hydrate. You gotta keep yourself topped up for the long haul. And you can see, Bree is on Sword. I am on Shield. We'll talk about the differences when they become relevant. But for the time being, it's just going to be very, very similar for this opening part. And pretty much as is pretty much common with all Pokemon speedruns, the very first thing you do is just a lot of menuing just to make sure that the text is going as fast as possible, and all these other little doodads and whatever, just for the sake of speedrunning. That is true. I forgot about the fact that we turn off battle animations because in Scarlet and Violet you can't do that. Also, not gonna lie, when it comes to doing that menuing, I don't even read what it says. Yeah, I just remember it as just a set of inputs. And interestingly enough, because Japanese is essentially run as a separate category, and for that menu, you have an extra input to do because there is an extra little option. It's to determine whether or not you want to have it all in hiragana or have it combined hiragana and kanji.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. we get to fight him a grand whopping 8 times. Yes, of course. And as you can see, it is very convenient to just hold down the button and it will just match through the text. And also, one thing to note with this game, they kind of took it out for Scarlet and Violet for like camera controls and stuff like that, but in this game, in a lot of the prior ones, you can essentially have it set up so your trigger buttons, your L and R, count as A presses, which will also allow you to match through text as as you would be pressing the A button. So very early on, it was found out that the most optimal way to mash was to hold one of the triggers, or A, or one of the three, and then mash the other two. And essentially, with Turbo, you're just simulating that. I always run into the umbrella stand. And the B.
Yeah.
Fair enough. To each their own. And as I was saying earlier, take care of your hands. We all like playing games for extended periods of time, but you do need to take care of your hands and also just yourself in general. And that's also one of the reasons why I think Japanese was a separate category from English, is because, yeah, they allowed Turbo much, much earlier. And here is the champion, Leon. An interesting character, I'll say the least. To say the least. Hop's brother, so you can see the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Yes. Yes. Strong of heart, dumb of, you know.
It's directionally challenged.
Yeah. So this is the point where we will get to pick our starter, and for this category, it kind of doesn't really matter too much, but there are like optimizations, and there are reasons why we pick Sobble, and there's actually quite a few reasons. One, it is very consistently, it's very consistently fast throughout this opening segment. It also determines what Pokemon Hop and Leon are going to have, and also the fact that by picking Sobble, the water type, when we get to Motorstoke, Leon is going to give us the Mystic Water, which is an item that will boost that type's damage. And when we get to the Dynamax Adventure, there are some types that are way better than others, and water is consistently a very good type to pick. So having the Mystic Water to boost that, it's pretty good. Whereas grass, really not that good, unfortunately. Has some really painful struggle moments throughout the run. Fire can be okay as well, but some of the Pokemon are a little bit there.
Yeah, I think most of them can get away without the burning charcoal, I feel.
Yeah, for sure. So, water is what we're going to go with. And Sobble, oh boy, we've had some really good Sobbles to help us through this opening segment, and some really bad ones. It doesn't really matter too much in the grand scheme of things because, as mentioned, this is just like the first chunk, like 40 minutes where we have to worry about what our Sobble's stats are and if it's going to be able to get through fights better or worse than some of the other times that we go through it. But it's just one of those things where it's like, do I get a good Sobble? Is this going to be a good run? Yes or no? It's not something where I feel like it's reset worthy because it doesn't determine the sheer bulk of the run, because so much of it comes down to the Dynamax Adventure, the Pokemon you get from it, and also like how well you get through it. And we can talk about the Dynamax Adventure a little bit more once we get into it, because there's quite a bit that goes on into it. Ooh. You're gonna fall.
I'm hoping it's a low roll.
It's okay, just crit. That's fine. Meanwhile, Bree unfortunately has really bad attack, so has to, yeah.
Full turn.
Oh, you got really good special attack.
Really
what?
good.
Come on. All right, that's probably going to catch
It'll
up.
save me a little
Also,
bit.
one thing you see here is like, yes, you use a super effective move, and Hop has a whole song and dance about whenever you use a super effective move, or if you crit him, or if he crits you. So
only if he crits you in one fight?
yeah,
2 fights.
2 fights.
Sure.
All right.
There's 2 fights.
It's less for that one, but yes. So
talks about
ideally,
a lot of things.
for Hop fights, you want it to go as middle of the road as possible. You want to use neutral moves that do not crit. You want to just be as neutral as possible, just to stop Hop from having all these exclamations regarding what's going on in the fight. And funnily enough, at the very end, Leon is exactly the same. But we just like power through that one anyway.
Yeah.
So even though I am a little bit ahead right now, considering you have a very good Sobble, special attack-wise,
special with,
there's a good chance that you'll be able to save some time when it comes to the youngster fights that will come up.
There'll be a couple of turns you get to skip.
And it'll also depend on what shows up in Route 1, because we want to be catching something in Route 1 because A, it will allow us to skip the catching tutorial that Leon will try and thrust upon us. He was like, oh, you've already caught something, you don't need to be told how to do so. And also, depending on what we get, we'll be able to get a level up immediately and allow us to do some fights a little bit quicker. Some fights go from 3 to 2 turns.
Yeah, so ideally we catch a Wooloo that's level 5 or 6, because it does get us to level 8. And the way the Pokemon damage formula works is any level ending in 0, 3, 5, or 8. There's some rounding that happens that ends up with it having a much higher damage.
Do I get Unnerve or Big Pets? Yes!
Big Pecs.
Okay, so Rickety has one of 2 different abilities, and we'll see if Bree runs into it.
I'm probably going to run into it. We'll see. I did
No,
not.
2 Big Pets. What's going on?
So it is 50-50 between Big Pecs and Unnerve. The only reason we know which one it has is because Unnerve declares itself on entering the battle.
Yeah, so that is also one thing that is going to be important when it comes to what Pokemon are good out of the Dynamax Adventure. Is like, there's a lot of really good Pokemon that just end up getting that drop down in power level for this specific run, purely because they have an ability that will be constantly activating throughout the course of the run, which will just bleed away time. And Suicune is definitely one of those.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just talking about the Pokemon that, like, the way in which the Dynamax Adventure works. So, it is a little side activity where if you've played Pokemon Sword and Shield or even Scarlet and Violet, you're probably aware of the raid mechanic where you have 4 people team up to fight a very big Pokemon enemy of some nature. The Dynamax Adventures is 3 consecutive raids, and then after you get through those, you get to fight a boss Pokemon, which is usually a legendary of some kind. For the very first one, it will always be Suicune, which is kind of nice to have that little bit of stability. But you don't take your own Pokemon into it. The game will give you a rental Pokemon, which is part of a pool of what, like 238?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
It's around that number. Like, there's 230 something different Pokemon that are in this pool of rental Pokemon that you can use throughout these Dynamax Adventures. Some of them are really good. Some of them, very much not. But one thing that is very helpful for us for this category is that in the pool of rental Pokemon, they will always have the exact same moves in the exact same ability. The only thing that will change will be the nature and the IVs.
Yeah.
And along the way in the Dynamax Adventure, the rounds of encounters, what determines what you are going to fight, it's just randomly picked from that pool of rental Pokemon. So there's like half of them that I would probably run.
Probably about half, yeah. That'd be okay. And then we've got another
Half of that.
half of that that's decent, and then another half of that
is
is
like
good.
really pushing towards those low 4-hour times. So, as I said, we don't know what we're going to run into. We would like to see some particular Pokemon, but who knows what is going to show up. And that is one thing that I really enjoy about this category is that, yeah, it is a little bit into the run. Like 45 minutes is a bit of a rough reset point. But it does make things interesting, being able to kind of adapt a route on the fly, whereas a lot of speedrunning just in general, not just of Pokemon, but a lot of RPGs, so much is very much scripted. Yes, you have to like account for RNG in a lot of them, but there's a very tight script for a lot of them, whereas with this, there's a lot of adaptability and having to just like figure out what is going to go on the fly. But coming into round one, oh, we do get a Wooloo. We'll see.
Pretty lucky.
So Wooloo is what, 10% chance of showing up?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Yeah, it's not very likely to show up.
Feels like a 1% to me.
Yeah, it's not likely to show up, but when it does, you're very happy. It was only level 4, so I'm not going to get the level up upon catching it, but it's still a Wooloo,
Yeah,
which has which gives way more experience. All right, you get 2.
You get 2.
All right.
3 actually.
Okay.
I guess all the Wheeler are kind of like just blocking the Blicker.
Oh, there's another one. Sure. But yeah, the reason why we really want a Wooloo is because Wooloo, when defeated or captured, will give a lot more experience, way more than any other Pokemon in that route, by like a significant margin.
I think the only one I haven't checked is I think it's 5% chance Hoot Hoot for the exclamation mark encounters.
Oh. I don't...
Yeah.
I think it's not
I don't
enough.
think it's enough, but...
Because if a Wooloo doesn't show up, a Squaver is perfectly fine, because we want to be hitting a specific level by the time we get... Well, by the time we want to be getting to the Crown Tundra, because to get to the Crown Tundra, we have to catch a Slowpoke that is just in the way
He's
at the
He's pretty
the train
important,
station.
though.
It is quite important. More so for the Isle of Armor, which, assuming things go correctly, we don't end up at. Because it is very easy to accidentally mash a little bit too much and accidentally go to the Isle of Armor, wasting about a minute.
It's probably a bit more than that. It's probably closer to 2 minutes.
Yeah, close to. You have a lot of cutscenes.
Who's keeping track at this point? Yeah, that is one thing when it comes to like using turbo for RPGs, is like, yes, it's very good, but you also need to know when to not be using it, so you don't end up accidentally agreeing to something that you don't want to, or
Being told what the Pokemon Center is.
Yeah.
That one's coming up in a sec. You have to make sure you're not mashing A for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when we get into the Pokemon Center, we're like, do you know how everything here works? And if you mash too much and you say yes, he's going to explain it all.
Yeah.
Here's a very conveniently placed rare candy that we will pick up. It's probably the only rare candy you'll see us picking up. It's just really easy to get, and some of the Pokemon in the Dynamax adventure will be their middle evolution, so we want to be able to get that straight to the full evolution immediately.
There are some Pokemon where we will want to be grabbing some extra rare candies along the way for some reason or another, either because they need to hit a certain level breakpoint, because some of them have some very late moves as a part of their level up. X-Cloud being one of those. And some of them, you just want that little bit of extra power or speed to actually get through some fights. Now, we are going to put Wooloo away.
Yeah, because there's a lot of steel types in the late game, you do have to be careful with... some Pokemon won't have a move that's actually able to deal with them. So that little bit of extra XP can help by just hitting that, say, 78 or something to just get that little bit of extra damage boost and get power through those steel types.
Yeah. And usually I find that wanting that extra level is mostly comes down to like hitting speed breakpoints.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
there are some Pokemon later on that, depending on the Pokemon you have, you're either going to be faster than everything in the game and you not have to worry about speed whatsoever, or there's going to be some moments where you have to be kind of fiddling around and trying to set up so you can be faster than some really annoying Pokemon. So we'll see again when we get to the Dynamax Adventure and finally get our Pokemon.
And so right here, we're actually skipping the Pokemon catching tutorial, thanks to catching a Pokemon already. Saves about a minute or so. Leon just goes, oh, you've already caught a Pokemon. Well, here's some Pokeballs and I'm off.
Yeah, it just dumps a handful of Pokeballs on you. He's like, all right, go for it. You know what you're doing.
Yeah, one of the big things with Sword and Shield, or Let's Go onwards, is that you actually have overworld encounters. So you can see all your encounters. It doesn't mean it's easier to dodge them sometimes, but it does mean you're not getting random encounters all the time that you can't control.
Easier to dodge most of them.
Most of them, yes.
There are some Pokemon that will show up.
There's some that are very well camouflaged, and there are some that decide they want to run at you.
I'm actually pretty thankful that the Squavit decided to hit me twice and do a decent amount of damage, because this next fight can be a little bit annoying just because of the way it's built up. And the way the AI also interacts with you is a little bit weird. But you want to be able to get pushed into torrent range, which is the ability that Sobble has, whereas if you are at a low health number, I think it's like a third of your health, the power of your water moves are boosted.
Yeah, so that's 1/3. 1/3 or lower. So you can be at exactly 1/3 and it'll still give you the boost.
And a little bit of a weird quirk with this trainer is that it will try its absolute hardest to not defeat you and not put you in torrent range.
Yeah.
But it will always attack with Struggle Bug first here and always attack with Quick Attack with the Nickit that's coming up.
Yes, so the only move that Blipbug has is Struggle Bug, so we'll always use it.
Yes. So it will always attack here, and now that I'm at a low range, it won't hit me. But it did put me into torrent range. Okay, never mind, it actually did hit me, but we're fine.
Yeah, it'll intentionally try and not kill you.
Yeah, they will intentionally try and not knock me out. So yeah, never in doubt. It's only really scary if they crit you with one of those quick attacks that is a little bit spooky, but they're fine. But because it got put into torrent, that took a fight that would usually takes 4 turns, like 4 water guns, without torrent boost to get rid of the Nickit because of the special attack drop from the previous Pokemon. But torrent makes that a 3-turn, which is very, very nice.
Mine got a 3-turn only because of crit.
You got a crit right at the end, lovely.
Yeah.
Crits also bypass that fight really nicely. Ideally, you crit the Blipbug because that is, I think, the only way you can one-shot the Blipbug is by a crit.
Unless you're in torrent because you miss-attack the Squavit, which I've done.
Oh. Well, that's something. Yeah, already we are getting into our second hop fight. We do get a nice heal, so it doesn't matter how low you get dropped from that previous fight, because you get a heal very, very conveniently before fighting Hop again. And that's one thing that's actually really nice about this game is how much free heals you get throughout this game. It is a little bit awkward for some routes where you really want to be relying on torrent ranges. But by and large, at least for this category, it's very, very nice to get all these free heals. You don't have to worry about how much moves you're using because they're going to get refilled. There is going to be one moment later on in the run where you do actually have to worry about it, but for the most part, you don't have to worry about anything when it comes to health or...
yeah, absolutely. It can be quite annoying, the amount of heals that you get for the any % route, because you are using Sobble the entire way through. You really want to stay in torrent for some fights, because it would really speed up a lot of fights. But instead, you actually have to set up torrent in the fights that you need.
Yeah. Ugh.
17 special attack.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I do not have the special attack to two-shot that Wooloo, whereas I believe very well. You should. You've got it.
Yeah, you're more than fine.
Yeah. I'm only just hitting 19.
Yeah.
And at specific special attack numbers, these next two Pokemon, the Scorbunny and the Rookidee, you can potentially
yeah, very high special attack, and level 10, the Scorbunny is a 1 in 16 range. So the ranges that we're talking about is basically 16 values, ranging between 85 and 100% of the damage formula that you'll get added on at the end. And if you manage to hit that 100%, you can one-shot the Scorbunny.
Who knows? All I know is I didn't get Embered, so I didn't get the extra text box.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a speed time.
Speed time, okay.
Yeah.
We've got a slow Sobble there. And GLP did get Embered, unfortunately, so Hop decides to talk about that as well, because he's used a stab move, which is the same type attack bonus. When you use a move that's the same type as the Pokemon you're using, it gets a 50% boost to its damage.
All right, so that's the second hop fight done. Surely you can one-shot that. Yeah,
Nice,
Yeah, without a
50%.
doubt.
easy.
I was 24. So
That's so much special time. Come on, I'm barely hitting 20. Another thing that can help in one-shotting those is, just crit. This is probably the only section of the game where there's like,
I don't want to
you
crit on
can
the
save
guaranteed
time.
hit though.
yeah. You only really want a crit if it saves time, which very rarely does it actually save time to get a crit.
Especially in this route, yeah.
Yeah. Because we are going to be so very powerful very early on in the game, we do not need crits. But I will say, the amount of times I've come into the third hop fight, right after going to the Dynamax adventure, take this nice long detour, just tour the countryside, get a strong Pokemon, and return to hop just to crit the Wooloo.
Yeah.
Immediately.
That's a bit too much time for what it is. to be
Yeah.
honest.
It's always a fun time. There are some moves that do have a higher chance of critically striking, which try and use as little as possible. Ideally, you don't use a move that has a high crit rate, but sometimes some
There's just
Pokemon...
no option
Yeah.
sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, specifically the Matang that you can get from the Dynamax Adventures has to rely on Psycho Cut a lot,
Yep.
which is a high crit move.
I think there's a handful of Dark-type Pokemon that have to use Night Slash, which is also a move with a high crit rate. I think some normal types can use Slash.
Dugtrio requires Night Slash,
Yeah.
unfortunately. And yeah, it's pretty unlucky.
So yeah, there's a lot of little optimizations when it comes to this run, because you're not really worried about how much damage you're doing for like an hour and a half. Most of it comes down to the little optimizations of, can we use as very few super effective or not very effective moves, and just trying to reduce the amount of crits as possible, just to reduce the amount of text box that is showing up on the screen.
Would now be okay for me to read a donation?
So
Absolutely.
you go for it.
We had $26 from Totes Vidya, who says, "Hey, does the new battle theme sound a lot like the VB ad song? Anyway, big fan. Thanks for keeping us all entertained all packs. Hope I can submit the dumbest speedrun ever next year." And with that, we have raised over $13,000 for
That's
Game 1
insane.
Cancer. Good job, everybody.
That's incredible. Yeah, I've just been blown away by just the generosity of everyone. Because walking through the PAX Expo halls, there's a lot of ways to spend money. But the fact that people have been coming here and donating their time and their money, absolutely love it. Oh yeah, I forgot this. Hop gives you Swift.
He gives you Swift. Yeah, it's actually quite helpful for a few mons.
Yeah.
And for the 80% route as well. Because there is some mons with dry skin
Yeah,
through the run
that
that
is true.
Sobble can't really deal with otherwise.
Mm-hmm. And that is, well, I'll get into the whole TMTR thing later, but right now we're about to get into the wild area, which is one of the how do I describe the wild area?
Big area.
It's big.
Yep.
It's wild, and it covers a lot of space. So what we want to be seeing, well, in the wild area there are a lot of raid dens, which is where a lot of the raid mechanic
Originates from.
Yeah. And what we want to be seeing is a convenient active den, because we want to be we want to interact with it and get the currency that comes from it, because we want to be able to buy specific things. And that ties into, ooh, thank you.
Very nice.
That ties into, why did we set the date of our Switch, the internal clock of our Switch, to a specific time before we even started the run?
In a specific date.
A specific day and time, because both are important for different reasons. The time, well, what are you? Oh, you taking the long walk?
Yeah. I've got to hope for Onyx to hit a rock slide.
That's
Alright.
not the fastest den for
Yeah.
Onyx, but yeah, I still think Onyx.
So the reason why we want the time to be set a little bit before midnight is because we when you start the game, it will essentially set the game's clock at day 0. And we will want the Watt Trader, which is the currency that we'll be getting from these raid dens. We want the Watt Vendor to be right next to those steps that we see right there in front of Motorstoke to have... Oh, hello.
Oh, actually,
We want that specific vendor to have quick balls, which are a very good Pokeball for catching things quickly.
I don't even know what the best option here is.
I think walking around the lake the right way.
Yeah, walking around to the right there.
Yeah,
Yep.
that one. Thankfully, I got really lucky. I got the close den, so I can now just bounce off this Manectric. It will knock me out, and then we essentially get to Death Warp all the way to the other side. Unfortunately, Bree doesn't have a very convenient den to work with.
Definitely have to go back and hope that the Diggersby can knock me out real quick.
That Diggersby's not high level.
It is not.
I would walk.
I think you're probably just going to have to walk the whole way.
Still could, though.
And as you can see, I just get to
the
teleport
Haunter
over here.
probably can. I think it is, right? It's 20-something. Yeah.
So yeah, this vendor will have quick balls. I am so glad that it's actually there, because so many times I've done this run and I've gone to this vendor and they've had heal balls, and I'm just like, well.
I've never fought the Haunter. Okay, that'll kill, thankfully.
Alright, that works. I did find at one point, from the very start, you take a very sharp left and go down the hill. There is actually another Manectric around there. There's like a second Manectric. I was like, I didn't even know you were here. So there are many ways to kind of navigate the wild area to where you get the watts that you need and also get to the other side as quickly as possible. That is one of the more annoying parts of RNG. We can't really manipulate how a lot of that goes. We just have to adapt. But going back to why we had the date set to a specific day, the Pokemon that will spawn in the wild area, like the overworld spawn, or even just the regular encounters, they change depending on the day.
Weather.
Yeah, the weather, and the weather is determined by the day. So we want Pokemon that are going to be very good at knocking us out to make navigating around the wild area as convenient as possible. So that is why we have the date set, or the time and date set to what it was at the start.
October 16th. A little bit in the future.
Yeah. There's... We were talking about the Onyx earlier. That Onyx is really annoying. It is pretty much a constant regardless.
It has 4 moves.
Yep.
It has Dragon Breath?
Dragon Breath, Curse, Screech, and Rock Slide.
And Rock Slide. And Rock Slide is not a guaranteed hit and is mostly the one thing that you want to hit so that it can knock you out.
So it is the closest thing that will be like at the very start of the wild area. But the AI will pick randomly. So you have a 50-50 chance of the Onyx picking a move that is going to do damage to you. And from that, between those two moves, a 50-50 of whether or not it's going to be the one that is going to knock you out in one go. Because Dragon Breath doesn't knock you out in one go. Unless you have like absolutely god-awful stats.
Could crit.
Yeah, there's that too.
Yeah.
But yes, I think the record I have, and I think the highest that I've seen is 16 turns before Onyx knocked me out.
Yeah, that sounds about right. It would just sit there cursing.
Yep.
And then
Cursing
that
and screeching.
caused us to curse
Yep.
a lot. Yeah. As we were mentioning earlier, Leon gives us the Mythic Water. We will be equipping it just for the sake of these upcoming battles to make them a little bit easier. And not accidentally use the rare candy, because I have done that before.
Luckily, there is a few backups we can grab for rare candies later in the run. This is Bede. This is our second rival we're going to meet. We fight them significantly less than we fight Hop.
Mm-hmm.
And they're a psychic type trainer most of the time.
Yeah,
until they get to the very end, where they turn into a fairy trainer. And here we're going to choose our number on the back of our uniform.
Number 1.
Number 1, fastest.
those with keen eyes probably would have seen the third of the rivals that we'll be encountering.
Yeah, definitely the old man in the corner.
Ah, yes. I thought you were talking about Ball Guy.
No, he's the actual champion.
Oh, yeah, of course, of course. One thing that...
Turbo moment, we got an 11 there.
Got 11 instead of 1, just to be a little bit different.
One thing that, like, I'll always say about this game, it's like, love it or hate it, the music
Oh,
is
absolutely.
good, just across the board. Like, a lot of the character themes, just the town themes, just everything in general is just really good. So we're getting a little bit of a lore dump, but we just kind of match through it because we've kind of heard it all before. It's a Pokemon story. You're probably familiar with how a Pokemon story goes. And then we have some hooligans. Team Yell.
Probably one of my favorite teams, to be honest.
Yeah, it's like Team Yell and Team Skull for me.
Yeah.
Because they're both very similar in the fact that they're just hooligans. They're not like malicious, they're just annoying.
They're just really big fans.
Yeah, they are just big fans.
Something that we haven't mentioned is right there. You'll see that GLP managed to quickly go down to the third slot of the menu there, to go straight down to water gun. That's called double inputting. So you can actually input an input on your D-pad and input on your one of the analog sticks, pretty much just slightly delayed, and it will immediately put 2 inputs through. So we use that quite a bit to try and speed up our menus.
It is something that you can do in Scarlet and Violet, but you can't do it with the right thumbstick. You have to do it with the left thumbstick and the D-pad.
Yeah, it's the same with PLA as well. You can only use the left
because
thumbstick.
the right thumbstick is used for camera controls. Yeah. So it's definitely still possible in the newer games, but it's just... You have to do it a little bit differently. And one thing that you need to be a little bit wary of, and I have fallen for it at least a handful of times, because the thumbstick, at least on this controller, it has a tendency of like snapping back when you like flick it down. Sometimes
you might go up a move.
Yeah, you go down 2 and then up 1 and you end up using the wrong move, and sometimes that can lead to some very awkward fights.
Yeah, I've definitely been there.
Yeah.
You actually got a 3-shot there on the Nickit, which is quite rare,
Yeah.
to be honest. With the Mystic Water equipped, it's very uncommon to get that, especially if you don't have minus special attack, which I don't think you did.
No. Bree's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It should be a 2-shot unless I...
Oh, easily.
Unless I crit, it might have been a 1-shot, but I still doubt it.
And one thing to note is like that first Zigzagoon that we fought, it has a chance to paralyze you. It can make things really awkward, so I'm very happy that neither of us got paralyzed there.
Yeah. We'd also need to target the Zigzagoon in the second fight because 1, it has Lick, and 2, it has Snarl.
Yes. He's attacking.
Snarl tends to drop your special attack, so it's pretty important to get rid of it as soon as possible.
We ideally have Hop attack the Zigzagoon and knock it out before it can use Snarl. But, as long as Hop attacks here, it should be fine.
Hard to trust Hop in double battles, unfortunately.
Well, it works out for me. Sometimes he's just being helpful.
Sometimes he decides to sit there and defense curl the entire time, so really not helpful.
Oh. Hey,
okay.
Hop being helpful.
Very helpful.
Right. We don't want to learn Water Pulse, even though it is a good move. This is essentially the last we'll be really needing Sobble in terms of its combat ability.
One more fight for Sobble.
Oh, yeah, there is at least one.
The Slowpoke.
Yeah. Okay.
But we're not needing it for its combat ability.
Well, I mean, I got a 2-turn, so...
That works.
Yeah. Just unfortunately, crit as well.
So yeah, this is our third rival, Marnie. They're a Dark-type trainer, and we fight them even less than we fight Bede.
Yep.
Yeah.
3 times total.
Did we fight them both 3 times?
No, you fight Bede 4.
Bede 4, and Hop 8.
2 in the mine, 1 at...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then 1 at the end.
I forgot one of them. we
Ray
fight
has Paparaja.
we fight these rivals so many times. It kind of all blends in at
Yeah,
some
pretty
point.
much.
Oops.
And what's really nice here is we don't have to go and get HMs anymore. So this game doesn't have HMs. It haven't had HMs since Gen 7. And instead, we get a flying taxi in a second, which is really nice to get a fly this early.
Yeah.
Definitely
is
speed
the
it
point,
up.
Yeah. Essentially, we want to get to this point before going to the Crown Tundra for getting our DLC Pokemon. We could have gone earlier, but it would have been really
very
awkward.
difficult. It's just mainly for the catching of the Slowpoke. It's a bit easier when you're high level.
Yes.
And yeah, is what it is.
Yeah, it's a combination of that and also once you've gotten it, you then have to get back to the mainland, and having fly at that point makes it much easier.
Yeah, so when I
things
first...
kind of just line up very neatly to just have the route be like this. So
Yeah.
we hit level 12, so we're going to be exactly the same level as the Slowpoke that we want to be catching, and also, yeah, flying.
When I first routed it, when the DLC first, like, the hour the DLC first dropped, originally I was killing the Onyx right at the start and then going straight to Crown Tundra. Because that's kind of what we did with the Isle of Armor.
Yeah.
But instead, this just makes it a lot more seamless. And having a flying taxi absolutely saves time getting back here.
One thing narratively that I really love about this is that we just had this conversation with Hop, with Leon, with Rose, the chairman of the whole thing, and Hop goes, hey, we're going to get started on our adventure. Let us go and have a battle on Route 3 before we get started. And we go, sure, we'll be right back.
Yeah.
And we go and grab a level 65 Pokemon, and he's like, well, I see. That is how it is. So the quickest way to get to the train station where the Slowpoke is going to be is actually to fly to the wild area and then just interact with this little...
Yellow bars.
Yeah, this little station, instead of flying all the way back to Wedgehurst and then walking to the train station from there. It's just that little bit quicker.
So here we meet the rival that we would fight if we were doing Isle of Armor, Avery, and Sword will have Clara. We see them briefly here, and then we never see them again.
Yes.
There's a lot of rivals in this game.
A lot of them. With very unique personalities.
Absolutely. Very good. So we talk to the Slowpoke from the front, because otherwise it takes about 5 years to slowly turn around to look at you.
It is,
It's
as the name would suggest.
painful.
Here's the quick ball. Because we use it on the first turn, it has a much higher catch rate. And because we're at an equal level with the Slowpoke or higher, it makes it so much nicer, and we don't have to worry about it jumping out and then us having to deal with whatever is going to go on with the Slowpoke.
Yeah, something we haven't mentioned, when you try and catch a Pokemon that's higher level than you, it takes roughly a tenth of the catch rate.
It's brutal.
It's, yeah, really rough. And the shield any % route actually has to suffer through that to get a Drillbur later into the run.
But I did that category a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, it was brutal. Anyway, this is the part where I need to be sure that I'm not mashing too
The
much.
hardest menu in the game. Nailed it.
I actually just like take it very steady because I do not want to accidentally go to the Isle of Armor.
Yeah, if we take a detour to the Isle of Armor, it's about a 2 minute time loss.
It does this whole cutscene.
And then
But
you
it's
get
like
a new
flying.
Pokedex.
Yeah, then it gives you another
good
Pokedex,
enough.
and then you have to go all the way back, and then you have to do this whole thing again. And it's just the whole thing that you just don't want to have to deal with. But we're here at the Crown Tundra, and we are very close to the Dynamax Adventures.
Just one more fight.
There's one more fight.
No, we definitely have to win.
Definitely. Most definitely have to win. But I trust Sobble.
We trust Sobble. I think Bree's going to trust Slowpoke.
Yeah, definitely trust Slowpoke.
Okay.
Slowpoke has confusion, so we'll be able to hopefully get a confusion off and win the fight.
Also, get ready for one of the best, in the fight, one of the best themes.
Absolutely.
In the
Peony's theme is
I'm just sad that we
excellent.
don't get to hear it more. I'm also sad that we don't get to hear any of the Isle of Armor music because...
Well, you would if you took the detour.
True. yeah, here is Peony and his daughter Peonia. And we are just like wandering along and we just get drawn in kind of against our will.
Yeah,
Isn't
pretty
it?
much.
It
You
against
can
our
try
will,
and
yeah.
walk past it and,
Yeah.
leave, and he still
just
grabs
can't
you.
walk past him.
Yeah.
He just wants you to give him a little bit of a battle.
Yep, so we're going to go into a battle with him. He's got a Copperaja, which is pretty slow, so we should be able to outspeed it.
We should be able to.
Yeah.
Could you please open this? Like. Don't go.
Oh, it's level 70.
Oh. Whoops.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Well,
Strange.
very strange.
game just
I
lets you
guess
lose. The game just lets you lose.
Yeah.
That is weird.
This is
Yeah.
the loophole I was talking about earlier.
Yeah. It's like the entire thing that allows us this category to exist.
Absolutely, yeah. If we weren't allowed to lose here, we just wouldn't be able to do this category.
Yeah. But because we're allowed to lose this fight, we can just do that, and then we just make our way over to the Dynamax Adventures and be on our merry way.
Now, we do have to be very careful here. If we do hit a wild Pokemon here, we do get sent all the way back to the last Pokemon Center we entered
They are very
because
powerful,
they are
yeah.
all level
Yeah, they are
65.
Yeah.
Preset.
Very, very powerful.
To which we cannot catch any of them.
Oh, no. Because as Aspect was mentioning earlier, the catch rate on high-level Pokemon is really not good.
Oh, it's because
And
of
it's
the
actually because of the level
restriction.
requirement.
Yeah.
So each gym badge you, you
it's that one.
obtain
I forgot about
increases
that
the
part.
maximum level you can catch in the wild. So at the moment we can catch up to level 20 Pokemon in the wild. Because we still haven't completed a gym badge, a gym challenge 1 hour in.
Forgot about that part.
And something else that was mentioned earlier, we do get given a rental Pokemon here, which is the only reason we can do this as well, because we had to use our Pokemon. Our level 12 Sobble would do literally 0 damage to all of the level 65s in this den.
I think if we were doing it, we would have to Dynamax and Max Protect.
Yeah, you'd max guard the
Max
entire time and hope that your allies would get through everything.
Yeah.
Which, hoping the AI does something is
Oh.
not something you want to do.
No.
So that is one thing to note when it comes to the Dynamax Adventures is that we have 3 AI companions, and the Pokemon that they choose, we can't control. The moves that they use, we can't control. So we can have some very, very, very tough times.
There's some very bad Pokemon for the AI to get purely because they see a move that increases a stat and go, I'm going to use that the entire time. So you'll have a Drapion using Acupressure, and you'll have a Gerda spamming Coaching, both of which do very little.
Huh.
Oh,
Nice Stunfisk.
So these Pokemon here, we can't use because these are just like essentially taken out of the pool. So
yeah.
that's fine.
All right. Now we have to try and understand what's happening here. Oh,
You could go Charizard.
don't be minus defense.
There is a Tentacruel on the right.
Tentacle's not too bad. Was that water type on the left?
That is a Celio.
That's a Celia, okay.
Not very good, unfortunately.
I'll go towards Tentacruel. I know that one's safe.
Tentacle's safe, yeah.
So as was like mentioning earlier, there are a lot of Pokemon that are really good but a little bit risky.
Charizard is absolutely that.
I probably could have just gone for Charizard.
If you did Charizard and Choice Specs, Charizard with Choice Specs can get through that fight
Okay.
pretty safely, but
Well, I was gonna say, like, I probably could have caught it and then catch the Celio just to
yeah.
as a backup. What do you got?
Okay, I got Vikavolt.
That's a Seadra, or Octillery, Vikavolt, Diggersby?
Kangaskhan.
That's a Diggersby, isn't it?
That's Kangaskhan.
Yeah, go that.
You want me to go for Kangaskhan, not the Vikavolt?
Don't go Vikavolt.
we were talking about that earlier. Because essentially what has happened a lot of the time is that one of us will be running this category, and throughout it, we'll just pick a random Pokemon. And then while we're doing that, Aspect here would be essentially building the train tracks in front of us as we're doing the run. For better and for worse.
Yeah.
It's like, why are we running this? Why are we putting ourselves through this ordeal?
That was a very quick kill on the main extra.
Yeah, that one
Very quick.
was very.
Ideally, you do want to take a couple extra turns because you do actually want to kill off all of your allies.
Yeah.
As soon as you lose your 4 lives, you get kicked out of the den and you have to take whatever Pokemon you've got. So ideally, what happens is we catch the Pokemon that we want and we die the next turn in the next battle.
I did just want to be safe. Jesus.
Yeah, the Dynamax cries are very loud,
Base
and
boosted.
everything else is absolutely fine.
It's absolutely base boosted.
It's just how the game is balanced, I guess.
There are some. Oh, what one's absolutely terrible? Vanillish. Like a lot of the ice Pokemon, they have very, very tinny sounds, and that like incredibly bass boosted. It's brutal. God, it very much. I didn't. Well,
And so the resources that we do have for this run, we have a tier list that I've done a lot of changes to balance it out, and we got, and then I've routed all of the top mons really.
it's the top
a lot
ones
of it-
and some extras.
And some extras that happen to be run along the way.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've made a lot of the resources for this round.
And one of the resources that I end up using a lot when it comes to this run, it's literally just the Cerebi page that is
Yeah.
all of the rental Pokemon that you can encounter. Because it will show you the moves that they have, the ability that they have, and from there you can click on them and you're like, alright, what moves can this learn? What can we teach it conveniently? And so on and so forth. What are its stats? So on and so forth. So what I want to teach Sludge Wave, Surf.
Sludge Wave Surf, yeah.
Yeah. And I do want cross poison for something. Morpeko?
Probably.
Probably, yeah.
As I said, there's a lot of just.
That's a Holucha.
I do like Holocha.
Unfortunately, the Torkoal that the AI is using is causing me a lot of trouble. My water type moves are not
Doing
dealing enough
nothing,
damage because
yeah.
of the sun. Okay, that's 2 down, so just kill the Seadra now.
Alrighty.
One of the Basculins are actually very good. One of them is mediocre.
I can't remember which one I ran.
I don't remember which one's which.
Yeah.
The Blue is better, I believe.
Blue is better because one of them gets Psychic Fangs and Liquidation.
Oh, I did the other one then. But it was perfectly fine for Shield because one thing to note about the differences between Sword and Shield is that there are a few more, like, when it comes to EVs, it is a little bit more skewed towards physical attack in Sword, whereas in Shield it's more skewed towards special attack. And also there are a few Pokemon that we'll encounter later on where you would much prefer to be using a special attack, which is something that I'm going to encounter because there is a Pokemon that the 6th gym leader will have, Melanie. She will have an Ice Cube, which can be really annoying if you're running a physical attacker.
So its ability Ice Face means that when it takes a physical attack, it instead doesn't take any damage and changes into Noise Face.
Noise.
Noise. And then it decides to use Hail, it gets its Ice Face back, and then you have to hit it again and again.
It is a really
yeah.
annoying. I'm just gonna.
I'm actually not even sure if I'm going
You're just gonna get to Suicune.
I don't want to go to Suicune. Because, as I was saying, like, Suicune, really good, really consistent, not the fastest, because, again, it has the ability Pressure, which activates on literally every combat you get into. So, you counter a trainer, alright, Pressure's going to activate. You get to a gym leader, Pressure's going to activate. You run into a Pokemon randomly on a route, Pressure's going to activate. So, ideally, we don't get the Suicune, but I'm not sure if... That is loud.
Yep.
Surely we can... We only have 2 lives left. Surely we can...
I feel
get
like you're
out.
going to get through this fight.
Oh, I don't have the... We don't have the Manectric with me anymore. That's good. Substitute. That is an annoying move.
That's an annoying move.
If you end up with an ally with...
Seadra's only used it once, thankfully.
Oh, lucky you.
Yeah.
If an ally has the ability to use Substitute, They will constantly be using it.
Nice natural, a nice natural focus sash there.
Why is this going the way it is?
Just doesn't faint.
I'm going to get rid of this substitute.
I actually don't know if I'm going to be able to catch this Kangaskhan.
Ooh.
We've got 1 life left.
Nice. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, so the Dynamax Avengers are a lot of hoping your allies pay it, like
Yeah.
do something, or sometimes don't do something.
Get the heal.
The heal wouldn't really do anything. Okay.
Oh.
So unfortunately, my Dynamax has failed.
That's fine. We've got a backup just for that.
So you have a backup.
You have a backup of
I have the
Suicune?
Suicune, yes. Just because it would be guaranteed. But we'll just go through this anyway. It just shows the cutscene that would happen. Basically, we see Peony's daughter, Nia. She just kind of explains why she wants to sit around here, and she asks us to do whatever her dad wanted to.
Yeah, tells us to go babysit her dad.
Yeah. Essentially. Why is this
Here you see the duality of AI. One managed to do nothing and lose, and one managed to get all the way to Suicune.
Yeah.
I did not want to be here. Get us out of here. Thank you. Let us leave. Alright, I'm going to quickly have a look at the stats for this. What are we looking at? I'm so glad that was not a shiny.
We will be
Neutral?
closing off the
That's fine.
incentive for the names very shortly as
Yes.
well.
Yep.
Another thing to note is that the shiny chance in the Dynamax Adventures is like 1 in 300 compared to
1 in
the,
300, yes.
1 in 1,000.
So the first time I tried to do this run with Suicune, I didn't realize I got one, but I entered the first fight, I entered the next hop fight, and it was a shiny, so
Yeah.
I was unlucky. I had to kill that run, it died.
Because again, like similar with the whole conversation about abilities and activating at the start of every combat, the shiny little glint, the sparkle goes off at every combat.
Every single time.
It is brutal. All right.
Oh, oops. Forgot I don't have Turbo on at the moment. Right.
So even though I'm a little bit behind now, Tentacruel is really good. And
Very.
I should be able to catch up.
Our suggestion probably for this kind of run would be trying to just go for the Suicune if you're doing your first try, because it is
Yes.
guaranteed. Like we've said, and it's a pretty straightforward route, so it's something that's very beginner friendly, pretty
Yeah,
easy to go
there's
through.
pretty much zero ranges in it, and there's
Yeah.
only a few hydro pumps that you have to hit.
Which, I mean, if you hit it, you hit it. If you don't, you don't.
One thing I do get to do, because I have a water type, I get to use the Mystic Water that I
So
grabbed
do I.
earlier. Yeah.
So here's something that's pretty much unique to the Suicune route, or any route that doesn't have the greatest time or needs extra EXP. You can actually trade in your Dynamax that you get for winning the Dynamax Adventure for EXP candies. Now the extra larges that Bree just grabbed are worth 30,000 EXP each.
Yeah, fine.
Just a meager amount.
I mean, you could have.
I could have, because we went all
You
the
got
way.
almost-
I think I
yeah.
had
You
3.
could've-
You would have had
Yeah,
3.
you
I would have had 3. Yeah.
Yeah, you do get more for choosing to take the legend at the end, and you do get more for getting all the way through the Dynamax Adventure and not dying partway through. So
Also, that's the last we'll see of Peony, unfortunately.
I believe the backup save you had for the Suicune was Rash Suicune, which is very good.
I can't remember what we teach over.
4,
I'm so
yeah,
confused.
4.
No, it's over
Liquidate.
Oh, yeah, sorry, it is
Yes.
4?
Yep, over 4.
All right,
Yes.
what
It's
names
been a
are we
long
looking-
time.
Yeah, we do use Extreme Speed for a bit. It helps to deal with things with dry skin and also outspeed
a
quick attacks.
singular pseudo-widow as well.
Yes.
We will be doing the nicknames here because it's very convenient to do it right here.
Yep, so the
So
nicknames, instead of it should be cut off now, we're going to do them in just a second.
So yeah, a lot of this, like, after we get the Pokemon, it's a lot of just like, all right, what are we using? And this is all I'm going to be using. It's a lot of poison and a lot of water.
Yeah.
So, rate the nickname. What names are we looking at? Gull?
Yep. So for the bid war, it looks like Pikachu has what?
Pikachu.
Pikachu.
Alrighty.
Pikachu the Tentacruel.
And myself.
The second place?
Yep. And the second place was Pronto. Pronto. Yep.
What was it? Sorry.
It was Pronto. Pronto.
Oh, Pronto.
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 Alrighty, so now that we've got the name set up, we've got our Pokemon set up, we're ready to reacquaint ourselves with Hop. Who
Hi, Hop. We
Hi.
now have level 65 and 74 Pokemon.
don't mind us. And yeah, essentially a lot of the following hour, 2 hours is just making sure that we have everything set up to where we can deal with a lot of the later fights, because these fights are pretty straightforward. You just smash a button and you get through them.
When I used to do these runs with random Pokemon, I'd actually end up calcing all the fights out, like all the later fights out, to work out exactly what I needed.
Yeah. Like
While I was
as
holding
said,
A through these early fights.
Like as I said earlier, it's a lot of building the train tracks while you're still going.
Yeah. As we spoke about before with the pressure, actually that's fine. Speedrun does. Unfortunately, every fight it enters will trigger pressure, so it is constantly losing a bit of time in comparison to the Tentacruel, which won't necessarily trigger its ability every single fight.
It will sometimes, because we've got Clear Body.
Yeah, not every fight.
No. So, as we were mentioning before, certain abilities can make a Pokemon much better or much worse for this run. Like, there are some Pokemon that you'd be like, oh, it's got the base stats, it's got the moves, but it's got an ability like Speed Boost, which activates every
Or
turn.
Moxie.
Or Moxie, Intimidate, so on and
Like
so
there's
forth.
there's some abilities that significantly reduce the power of the Pokemon. Like Nidoking has Rivalry, which unfortunately isn't that useful, and does in fact result in losing damage against
Zagoon Alley.
the different gender.
I actually found that Rivalry wasn't too bad. I think the worst.
I think it would be Oleana that's the worst.
I think
the
it was either
Oleana fight?
Oleana or Marnie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of those two. But like, yes, Rivalry is. It means you have to kind of over-index on the amount of attack or
Yeah.
amount of damage you're doing, just to account for that. Oh,
Unfortunately,
Unfortunate.
missed that. It happens.
yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of the times when I end up running to that train, it's because there's a Zigzagoon.
Zigzagoon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because-
I was trying to dodge there.
Yeah. We were talking earlier about how, the Pokemon in the overworld, so you can see them and actually avoid them. Sometimes a Zigzagoon will show up and they are just hyped up on sugar.
Yeah.
Yep.
They just go a mile a minute.
Yeah.
They love to just...
Rookies can be pretty bad too. They like to fly directly at you.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a couple of routes later that have some very bad Pokemon to either see or with large hitboxes in narrow corridors.
I don't think I've ever really seen a Tyrogue in that area before, but I just did.
wild.
So that's
Tyrogue
Oh,
is a
Tyrogue?
5%.
Yeah. I mostly see Tyrogues in, like, the wild area, and
Yes.
they run after you like you owe them money.
I feel like that's the thing with a lot of the fighting types.
Yeah.
They're
You
just-
owe them
They're
something.
itching for a fight.
We haven't talked about it yet, but this is Sonia. This is the Pokemon Professor, or Pokemon Professor in training for this game. She is the lore dump for this
yeah,
game.
definitely the Lord.
So pretty much any time you see her, she's telling you something about this world, something about Galar. And you see her a lot.
Yeah, she was also, she spent a lot of time in Galar with the current champion, Leon, which is kind of, I guess, why she's growing to become a professor.
Yeah, they did their journey together, pretty much. So like you're doing with Hop.
One thing about this fight, one of the few times where you encounter ground-type Pokemon in this run.
There aren't too many of them, no.
Yeah, that is one thing that has definitely helped some types more than others, is the amount of types that you go up against throughout the run. Having a good time? But yeah, like ground, you don't encounter all that much. There are a few instances where they can be really annoying, but it has allowed electric to be a pretty solid type for this run.
There are a lot of electric types that are really good, partially because most electric types are very fast, and also, for some reason, the Dynamax Adventures, their set moves are Electro Ball a lot of the time, which is a move that does increase damage based on the speed differential between you and the opponent. And also just the fact that electric has, only ground that it can't hit.
Beats music is always good.
Yeah.
A lot of the time in these runs, you'll get a lot of benefit from knowing where certain items are. So for instance, things like Muscle Band or Trace Specs, stuff like that. Don't really, we might need the Trace Specs, but there's also some random drops that we have to get. For instance, in the Speedrun route here, we do have to pick up an Ether just up and around the corner here, just because of PP a bit later on.
Yeah, so there's a whole one section
Yeah, there's one section where
that you don't get any
worry about.
heals.
Yeah, by and large, like the vast majority of the run, you don't have to worry about PP usage, which is the amount of moves you can use. But there's a little bit later on, there's this one specific segment where it can get a little bit dicey, more so for some Pokemon compared to others. Like, there's some Pokemon that don't have to worry about it whatsoever. But, like with the Suicune, you do kind of need that little bit of extra boost.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're very much reliant on Surf for Suicune, so you're limited on your alternate moves you can use through that section specifically.
Well, it's great that it's in our #1 slot, so that we don't really have to move around too much when
Same.
menuing.
But I also have Poison Surf. And one thing to note about this run is that it is also very handy to have a move that can hit multiple enemies, because there are going to be some fights that are going to be double battles, like forced double battles somewhere down the road. And being able to take out multiple Pokemon at once can definitely turn fights that can go 4 turns into 2.
Yeah, spread moves are absolutely very helpful, and why a lot of the top tier mons have a spread move in their learn list. So a lot of the earthquakes and surfs are automatically very good. The electric types also have discharge, so they get to stay up there, the top tiers as well.
Mm-hmm. Like moves like the earthquake, the surf, the discharge, but also moves that can like essentially play themselves. So you use
Stuff
it
like
and it will,
Outrage.
And Thrash.
Thrash.
Yeah, so because you don't have to select a move on the subsequent turns, again, a lot of this is just trying to save those small seconds here and there, because we have the strong mon, we don't have to set up at all, so we can just keep going.
to a lesser extent. Pedal Dance.
Yeah.
I mean, it worked for the Venusaur I was running about a week ago.
Until when?
Don't worry about that. Hey, it still went under 410.
Okay.
Even though I had the most time loss against Ryan. It still worked. It's okay.
And so we're almost at our first gym.
Yep. We've already met the gym leader, thankfully.
Yep.
Yeah, we got Milo.
Big boy Milo.
This is a grass type gym, so the natural challenge that we should do beforehand is herding Wooloo.
Exactly. And hope that we don't get some rogue
Stray
Wooloo. Yeah.
Wooloos.
Yeah, these Wooloo are very much not happy with being wrangled, so they will go any which direction if you give them the chance.
Another type that we don't really encounter much this run is grass.
There isn't much grass, no.
Yeah, like this is like the main
just
point
it,
where we
yeah.
fight grass. There is Oleano's Serena, there's
Yep.
also Ferroseed and Ferrothorn, but apart from that, you don't really encounter grass types, which is another reason why water ends up being one of the best types for this run. Like
Yeah.
water, ground, and then I like would often put those two as the best types for this run. And then below that, I'd be putting like dark, normal,
Steel.
steel is
Steel's
pretty
pretty
good as
good.
well, dragon. like Dragon and Normal are really good because they're not super effective against
A lot of it.
But they're also not very effective against that
Something.
much.
So, as we were saying, like, we want to try and optimize a lot of the fights that we're just mashing through, and being able to very consistently use very neutral moves, it saves so much time in the long run. And, like, Dragon is neutral against a lot. Immune, Fairy's immune to it, but you have other ways to deal with that. Normal, neutral against a lot. Also Dark, neutral against a lot. So these types are really good for speedrunning just because of how it allows you to just like get those little bit of optimizations when it comes to like the amount of dialogue options you have.
So one of the big things about this gym as well is that the wall's sticky for some reason. The Wooloo decide to hit the wall and then continue going until they hit the end. So you can sort of just maneuver the Wooloo into a wall and they'll just keep going.
Also need to be very careful that you don't overlap them because...
Yes, if you're so overlapping them, they'll start going in different directions.
They will literally just book it in the other direction. They can be so annoying.
You have to stay just the right distance away from them.
Would now be okay for me to read a donation?
Absolutely.
Yep. We had $22 come in from Tasmania Jones, who says, donating to the Green Spyro Fund, TM. So that's going towards picking the color for Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage. Currently, black is still in the lead, but green is inching up towards it. So if you would like to see green or any of the other colors to be Spyro's color for the run, get your donations in. Thank you, everybody.
Alright, another hazard, I guess, for us to deal with in this section is the Yampers. Because if they get too close to the Wooloo, they will start barking at them and send them off into a frenzy, and we have to try and catch them again. And it is really not.
Yeah, pretty much as long as you do the same movement every time, the Yampers are in the same location every time. So realistically, you shouldn't have too much problem with them.
So you get just one small
I think I'm
bit
slow,
here,
yeah.
and then, yeah, you're fine.
This person is
Don't hit them.
canonically blind. They can look directly at you and still not see you.
Yeah, I'm always way too worried about that.
As is a lot of the...
I'm just way too concerned that I'm going to run into her, but the Wooloo were fine. They didn't decide to go on a little adventure.
There was no revolution this time.
Yeah. They have this stadium, like so much space just for this.
For the record, I just realized I didn't write Pronto because I turboed the name.
Oh, you...
Oh no.
I'll fix it up.
It's all good. Now, our first gym battle. And
Yeah, there's something we didn't mention back at Magnolia's house. She actually gave us a Dynamax band. Dynamax band is the way that we are allowed to use a Dynamax feature, but only in power spots. Now, power spots are pretty much just the raid dens and the gym locations. And so you'll see a little star icon underneath us, or a star shadow underneath us.
I'm just going to take the safe route.
yeah, it's fair.
Oh, okay. And so we're going to be told what the Dynamax function does here.
When it comes to this category, or just this game in general, you want to be using Dynamax as little as possible because the animation for getting huge and all that, it takes a lot of time.
Absolutely does.
Like the getting big, and there's also another animation for becoming small again. So we want to reduce that as much as possible. The only times we would actually be using Dynamax, especially in this category, is if there's a Pokemon that really cannot survive not being Dynamax. Because another thing about Dynamax is it essentially just gives you like almost double the amount of health you kind of
Yeah, so base it's 1.5 times, but because these Pokemon came from Dynamax Adventures, they get 8 levels of Dynamax. So instead their HP becomes 1.9. Yes, 1.9 times.
Yeah.
And so it can definitely help you survive.
That is going to happen in every gym battle,
Yes.
by the way.
Except
Except for one,
one,
yes. There is
except
one that does not have a power spot.
Which is is definitely my favorite of the gyms. We'll get to that later, though.
And we've gotten our first gym badge.
So one of the more unique overall badge cases, I guess we have compared to other games. I feel like they started this, around about now was when they started doing them a bit differently.
Instead of just like the individual badges, they had like a more
Like this is a circle, we're gonna fill it out like a puzzle.
So yeah, something that we didn't mention before is this game has TMs and TRs, so technical machines and technical records. The technical machines you generally get from gyms or from arranged across the routes, and they're infinite use. But the technical records you get from either the watt traders from trading a large number of watts. There's a couple scattered around in the DLC areas, but the main way you get them is from the raid battles, which are scattered through the wild area and then the DLC areas as well. Now, they're all single use, and all of the good moves are in the technical records, which means that we don't really get a choice with our moveset. It's whatever the Pokemon came with, plus the couple of good TMs that exist, and then you have the TRs, which take way too much time to use.
So that is one thing that definitely hurt quite a few Pokemon for this category, is like, oh, it can learn Surf, it can learn Earthquake, but only via a technical record, which we do not have access to. At least conveniently. So it ends up dropping them down a little bit more when it comes to the power level, unfortunately. Let's see who get the bike glitch. Early bike glitch.
Could.
I've gotten it like in the hundreds and hundreds of hours that I played this game. I've gotten that once. There is, like, on the bridge leaving the first town.
We also don't remember the name of it.
Turfield.
Turfield.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, leaving Turfield. Going over that bridge across that river, something happens. The game doesn't...
There's a couple of different bridges that can do it as well. There's one right in front of Magnolia's house that can also do it. For some reason, it decides to displace your character model down into the water. Or it puts your hitbox down into the water, but the model stays on top, and it gives you the bike.
Yeah.
For some reason. And then you can use it until you hit somewhere that you have to enter a building, pretty much.
And it's really not all that useful for the run because it saves the time, which is literally this path to these fights, which is where we get the bike.
So we're going to get the bike right now.
Yeah, so it doesn't really save that much time for anything. So we have the bike now. There are a few associated glitches with the bike that most of them...
Okay, so you can't use the word pronto, apparently.
What?
Yeah, you can't enter that name.
What?
Oh, that's weird. Oh, I know why.
Oh, yep.
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 No, not that one either. Oh gosh. That's funny.
Just use Pikachu. Just go with the Pikachu. It was the number one.
No.
They earned it.
Pronto. Yep, good enough.
We had to adapt.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Didn't think about that one.
Yeah, it's this bridge here that Bree's going over right now.
Yeah, so this bridge.
It's like at the halfway point, it will just...
There's
magically
also a glitch going into Turfield where it'll pan up and back down again.
Yeah, I've seen that a few times.
Yeah, I know how to do it.
I get it every time purely because of my movement.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It doesn't really do anything. It's just like a visual thing.
Yeah.
It's just like the camera goes really weird. But apart from that, it just doesn't really.
Yeah, something you didn't mention right there, we skipped a double battle because we only had one Pokemon in our party. We'll do that a couple of times more. But there are some double battles we can't skip, which is why we'll have to catch another Pokemon later on.
Yes. I think I'm using the Litwicks.
Or we can use, we do catch a couple Pokemon in Carbu's gym just because that's the challenge, which we can use as well if we don't find something that's on one of the later routes. But generally you want to use something on the later routes because it can survive more.
And also, they will level up a lot less.
Yeah.
Um,
And these Pokemon tend to evolve either by trade or by like level 54, which it will never reach.
it was that generation of Pokemon where everything was evolving in like the 50s.
Yeah.
It was a time in Pokemon. That's for sure.
So we haven't really talked about it yet, but this is Rose. This is clearly
Very
not bad.
person.
He's just a very important person.
Dad bod.
It's going to be no problems with him at all through the run.
Shorts.
And his secretary, Oleana.
So we have plans to have lunch with them once we're done with the gym.
Then we have the most wasteful gym in the game.
Oh, it is so wasteful. And it's so loud.
It
My
is. It
favorite.
is very loud.
I think it's not as loud as it used to be. Like on release, it was just blowing out eardrums.
It is the gym that you could demo at PAX 2019 here in Australia. Good time. If anyone was around, they might remember it.
And this is our 4th hot battle as well. So we're halfway there.
We're halfway through the hot battles, yeah. We're almost at the point where he has a bit of a crisis.
Yeah, we're almost
He
there.
has a midlife crisis after
The 4th, yeah.
this gym. Well, not after this gym, but after something else that happens.
Yeah, it's once we hit the wild area again.
Yeah, he decides to face another trainer that doesn't turn out very well for him.
And
Yeah.
he has a lot of expectations to live up to, considering, his brother is literally the champion.
Undefeated.
Undefeated champion.
Never lost a single match in his entire career.
Oh yeah, this is the wasteful gym as we're
Yeah.
alluding to. The amount of water here, come on. That had better be at least
It better be
recycled.
recycled, yeah.
Yeah.
You'd expect it.
Or at least submerge the
There's also
entire
just
stage.
no waves coming from the water going into the
Yeah.
below.
But yes, this is, as you could probably tell, the water gym.
It's pretty dangerous as well. Because you can walk right into those water things. You can just walk right up to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a puzzle where we have to press buttons in a certain order. But it's pretty simple, and it's always the same, so...
And there's the sounds.
Would it be okay for me to read a donation?
Yeah,
If,
absolutely.
if they can hear you, yes.
Yep. Okay. So we have $50 from Aeon Frodo, who says, "Good luck to the rest of the runners on the final day. Let's give this 50 to Green Spyro." So now that puts Green Spyro in the lead for what color Spyro will be from the Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage Run. Thank you so much to everyone watching in the crowd today, and for those at home watching as well. We like to be at PAX each year, so if you're at PAX again in the following years, feel free to come see us again. Thank you.
Yeah, the gym leader for this gym, Nessa. If you were running Pokemon Shield 80%, was a real pain.
Oh, we can talk about the Shield 80% fight if you want to.
That's
So, in Shield 80%, we use Arcanine for these early fights. In Sword, there's a route that uses Ninetales. But yeah, Arcanine obviously is Fire type, so it's weak to water. It has a rough time here. But it has this move called Burnout, or Burn Up, which
Burn Up,
loses its
yeah.
Fire typing, which means it's almost dealable. However, the Dreadnought that is her ace is a Water Rock type, and we have Fire and Normal, which both resist. So we actually have to use something called Reversal. Reversal does increase damage based on your health. So the lower your health you have, the more damage it does. So it becomes really dangerous and really tough to actually hit the correct health threshold, because you actually need to be below 6 HP
yeah.
to actually KO the Dreadnought.
The amount of runs that would just straight up fall over at
Yeah.
that fight, it was way too much.
It's one of the
Which is
most complicated fights
Yeah,
in this.
Absolutely. Which
Yeah.
is so nice when it comes to this category. We get to this fight and just like, ugh,
I have the A button
just,
pressed.
yeah, just do not care. Just do not interact with the fight whatsoever. Just roll right over them. But we will have to fight Nessa again later on. Because the way in which the Elite Four is quote-unquote set up in this game, it's just a big tournament of all the gym leaders that we will be encountering throughout this run. And you just have to fight some of the gym leaders a second time, but more powered up. Which it's definitely nice
We'd hope so.
yeah, it's just there's two little Pokemon in the
I
Dreadnought.
hope they don't have level 20s still.
Yeah.
It's quite amusing because Nessa's Dreadnought actually changes ability between the two fights, so she's clearly replaced it.
Yeah.
Or she's used an item.
It changes gender.
Okay, that I can't explain.
HRT.
outside of.
But the only reason I know that is because I did the run with Nido.
Nidoking, yeah.
Yeah, because I was having to look at the gender of all the Pokemon so I knew which Pokemon I'd be doing more or less damage to. And so I was like, hang on, you just changed the entire Pokemon. And I think, is Bees Machamp also?
Probably, yeah.
I remember there being another one that
It wouldn't surprise me.
I can't remember. I mostly run Shield just because I prefer it. But I do run Sword from time to time and put myself through that.
So yeah, something the gym leaders all do is they all Dynamax their aces, bar one, who we'll talk about later. Yeah, so Dynamax is literally just a big HP increase.
Big. Which makes it a little bit more awkward when it comes to damage calculations. Like, you have to do a lot more than what you would normally have to do. Thankfully, we out-level them by quite a significant margin. At least for this part. Later on, it's going to be, well, we have to do a little bit more.
Yeah, so obviously, this is a later gen game, so we actually have scaled EXP. Back in the original games and Gen 6, for some reason, they have linear EXP, where you gain the same amount of XP regardless of your level from the opponent. It only bases it off their level. But Gens 5 and then 7 onwards have scaled EXP where it's dependent on your level as well. So because we're so much higher level, you'll see the first fight with Hop that we did once we got this mon, we were getting like 1 to 2 XP from it.
Yeah.
I really don't know why they changed it back in Gen 6.
It's a weird. Yeah. It's an interesting decision. So yeah, we have now gotten our second gym badge, and we're now going to meet up with Rose for some lunch.
If you could call it that.
Yeah, it's a conversation. We're at a restaurant. There's a table. There was a reservation, I'm sure.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess we sit there.
We
with
don't
our
really eat.
napkins.
We don't eat or drink, but we do have a conversation.
Yeah. I'm very glad that he booked out an entire restaurant for it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so basically after, or either before or after, so basically entering a gym, entering a city, or after the gym, we'll get exposition, which generally is Sonia telling you something about the town, and then someone else telling her, oh, you should check out this place, which happens to be in the next place you're going.
Yeah. it does a pretty good job of just leading. Ugh. That's fine. Sometimes going through that little section, the spawn, like where they spawn, can be random. So sometimes they'll be literally right in your path, and sometimes they'll just be wandering wherever. You don't have to worry about them. But we get to fight Beat again. And again, we just spam surf.
That's a lot of what the early game of this run is, and mid-game.
Yeah.
We'll end up having to start using X items, or the setup items, pretty much from B onwards on every major fight.
Yeah.
So X items, we haven't gone over them yet. We bought some earlier. I think we both would have bought only X specials.
Yeah.
And now the X items from Gen 7 onwards give us a +2 stage every time we use them. Now each stage is a 50% increase in that stat. So you're basically looking at a 100% increase to that stat using one item. So they become very useful through the run.
Absolutely.
Because generally, because we're so high level, the most you'll need is 2 times.
Yeah. Nice crit.
Yeah. Definitely needed. Don't know if I would defeat the Dreadnought otherwise.
Yeah. That's always the funny thing about this, like, hour chunk. It's like, oh, I've out-leveled this by, like, 3 times. Crit mattered. We are going to be coming into, well, we have one fight with the worker that we see right behind Bede right now, but after that we then have one of the first of the double battles that we have to be trying to deal with. And unfortunately, Hop's Pokemon are not going to be very too happy with it.
That's okay, we just knocked them out.
It's okay, the Wooloo's caused enough trouble for us that we can cause some trouble for it. So yeah, we're apparently going into this mine because Karbu is the next gym leader is in here. So Hop decided that we're going in here.
And wouldn't you know it, Team Yellow here as well. And Hop decides, let's take him on 2v2.
That's the only way he's going to get experience.
He's not going to get experience.
He's not going to get experience. His Pokemon are going to be knocked out.
But the shared experience.
Because usually, like, when we're talking about like having moves that are able to deal with multiple Pokemon at once, this is kind of what we're talking about. If you don't have something like a Surf or an Earthquake, you have to just take them out one by one. And both of these trainers that we're up against, they have 2 Pokemon each, so it can get a little bit annoying. So unfortunately, Wooloo goes down.
And a lot of them actually have moves that are quite annoying. So like this Saloon here, if you didn't take it out first, it has Sand Attack, which lowers our accuracy and can cause problems in the...
Does it?
Yep. It does, yes.
Nice.
It very much does. I'm well aware of that. Sword 80% has... this fight is about 1.5 pages long.
Yeah. I just know that it keeps on Night Slashing the Wooloo, and I just had Wooloo double kick it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Corvus Squire's also going to die here.
There are... It is one of the few instances where I prefer Earthquake over,
Yes.
over Surf because it would just miss the Corvus Squire. But by and large, you'd want something like a Dazzling Gleam, Heat Wave,
Rock Slide.
Rocks. Yeah.
It's not good at
it
the end
works.
game.
It's not good at the end game, no, but it works here, yeah.
Something that will only hit your opposing, the opposing Pokemon, but not yours. There you go.
Nice. The Pokemon were nice to you today.
They really are being quite nice.
That first spawn there can sometimes spawn under your feet as you take the first step, which really isn't helpful.
I'm half expecting.
And then the Pokemon on the corner there can also decide that it wants to be directly in the way.
Corner. Yeah. And if I run into that Pokemon, I have to just wait for the spinner.
Yeah, you always have to wait for the spinner if you hit the Pokemon.
Yeah. But thankfully, I was able to just boost right past it. It's absolutely wonderful.
Would it be okay for me to talk for a moment?
Absolutely.
Go for it.
So for those in the crowd and for those visiting for the first time, we are AusSpeedruns, a group doing speedrun events to raise money for charity. For this event, we are raising money for Game on Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research. If you would like to donate, you can go to donate.ausspeedruns.com. Even just a couple of dollars counts. We also have a jar on the table to the left for those who might have some coins in their pockets that would like to support a good cause. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Just in time for us to get to our first fight with Marnie, who has a Pokemon that is going to be very annoying for the water types.
Yeah, so this Krogunk here that she's going to send out first has Dry Skin, which means it is immune to water type moves.
Completely immune. You cannot damage it whatsoever. Which
Also-
is fine for Bree because Suicune has extra sensory, which is very,
4 times
very
effective. Yeah.
very
It's
super effective.
quite amusing to calc some of these damage rolls because you get things where, like this Krogunk does extra sensory about, I think it's about 12 times over.
Yeah.
Probably 12,000%.
Yeah.
Yeah. But for Tentacruel, the only other move I have is Poison type, which is not very effective. So later on, I'm going to have to worry about that a little bit. But we'll be fine for now.
Yeah, and obviously Marnie's team here isn't too much of a problem, but later on, her lead becomes a Leopard with Prankster, which means it always goes first when it's using a status move, unless against Dark types. But we don't have a Dark type, so it's always going first, and it has this move called Torment, which is really, really frustrating, because it prevents you from using the same move twice in a row. And at the moment, all we're doing is pressing the A button,
You can probably
and it
see
can become
where the-
quite frustrating, yeah. Because you do have to alternate, and sometimes you only have one good move.
Yeah, and it'll definitely be different for us because we're probably picking up the choice specs, and that's an item that'll lock you into a move. So if you get tormented while you have choice specs, unfortunately the fight does not go very well. So we have to swap out the item just in case.
I am grabbing choice specs, aren't I? Yeah.
I assume you would.
Yeah. I forgot
You are
that
a
this.
special attacker.
Yeah.
think-
Well, there's a lot of special attackers where I don't bother with the choice specs because
I think
didn't need to be-
Tentacruel does
Yeah.
get choice specs, yeah.
Actually, do we pick up choice specs anymore?
For Suicune, I'm not sure.
Wait and find out.
I've rerouted it a couple times, so I'm really not quite sure anymore.
The reason
This is
why
what it might
I'm
be.
usually not a fan of going to get the choice specs is because in order to get them, it's
You have
after
to-
it's
yeah.
after you fight peers. You have to go all the way out and then all the way back in the gym, and you have to just ride for like several minutes. And
Yeah. Will I get a Pokemon at my feet?
let us see.
So yeah, this is the third gym. It's Kabu's gym. And the gym challenge for this one is you need to get 5 points against wild Pokemon. And you get 2 points for catching them, 1 point for defeating them. So ideally, we catch 2 and defeat 1, which you absolutely can do with Surf. It's not a problem.
Probably just going to use cross poison. Means I'm not
Yeah.
going to knock out the ally.
It should knock it out. Knock out the ally, yeah.
Yeah. Just those little optimizations. Like, yeah, it's safe to just like spam surf and get through this, but you don't have to. It's not like a damage calc you're going to run into. So just a little bit of time to work out. So the options are at this top grass, there is a Litwick. On the right grass, there is a Sizzlipede. And on the left grass is a Vulpix. And essentially what I'm going to do is go catch a Litwick, knock out a Vulpix, catch a Litwick.
Yeah, the reason we're specifically choosing those mons is because we're mostly looking at EVs, actually. So Litwick gives special attack EVs, and Vulpix gives speed EVs. The speed EV is going to matter a lot more than special attack EV.
Yeah.
It could be the difference between being undersped and outsped. So, yeah, ideally we just choose the ones that give us the beneficial EVs to the mon that we're using. So Sizzlipede gives attack EVs, so if you were using a physical attacker, you'd obviously get that instead of the Litwick.
Also to note, because I want to be using the Pokemon to catch here later on, where we need to have extra Pokemon, I'd rather have Litwicks because they aren't going to evolve, whereas the Sizzlipedes definitely will.
That's on the off chance that you do need the...
Yeah, there aren't too many Pokemon that you will end up just running with the Pokemon you catch here. Often you'll catch something from Route 8 because the Pokemon that you can get from there just line up very neatly with what you want.
Yeah, a lot of them are steel. There's a couple of steel types there that are very helpful for
Steel, Rock.
mons. There's also a flying type there, which you can use if you get happen to get an Earthquaker. Actually ends up being quite
Needed that
beneficial.
Suicune just really wants to crit today.
Yeah.
Thankfully, haven't had that against Hop yet.
And yeah, unfortunately, crit text is actually the slowest text box that you can get in most fights. It ends up taking an extra couple of seconds just sitting there going, you did get a crit, by the way.
Well done, you did it. You did more damage.
And this is Gen 8, obviously, so from Gen 5 onwards, the damage is reduced, and then from Gen 7 onwards, the actual critical rate is reduced. So we do have 1.5 times crits and 1 in 24 to crit rather than 1 in 16.
We still managed to hit it pretty consistently.
Unfortunately, yes.
But then again, when we do this run so often, it's just a numbers
It's going to
game.
happen.
Notice it way too
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, it's a numbers game. As is most speedrunning of RPGs. They're just a lot of numbers games.
You know, Kabu can actually be a little bit of a problem for some physical attackers. Some physical attackers do have an issue with the fact that the Arcanine has Intimidate, which is going to drop your attack to -1 stage, which is roughly a 33% decrease in your damage. So it can actually result in some mons having to two-shot his ace.
And there's also some Pokemon I've found just because of the moves that they have out of the adventure and what we can teach it, just don't have a really good time against a fire bug.
Yeah, surprisingly, Firebug does resist a lot of types.
Yeah, I was really sad when Phalanx had an absolutely horrendous time here. It was terrible. It only has, what, Steel? Like, it has Iron Head,
Fighting.
Megahorn,
Yeah.
like, Brick Break is it's so bad.
Yeah.
But thankfully we can just surf and it'll just deal with it just fine.
Yeah, we don't really have an issue because of Surf.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Arcanine is, I think, the first Pokemon that's triggered your Clear Body so far?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next one will be
Mawile.
the
I think.
next Intimidate from Moa.
I think it's Mawile.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Opal's gym.
I remember a while ago. Wait for this bloody cry to go down. I remember a while ago with the gym challenge, the Vulpix that we encountered. It was a shiny, and I just smacked it out immediately.
Yeah.
Some friends were really not pleased with that. They're like, "Why did you do that?" I was like, "Hey, I'm not
There's
using
not
it.
much you can do about it.
I'm not using it, and I'm not catching it."
It's all part of the, it's all part of the run.
Yeah.
With my shiny Suicune, the save file got deleted.
Yeah.
The shiny Suicune did not live.
Honestly, the amount of times that like shinies do show up in speedruns, it's more than you'd expect, honestly. Like literally the very first time I did a speedrun of Pokemon Shield, back before the DLC, like at the start of the game, the very first time I did a speedrun of this game, the Rookidee that you catch was shiny. I was like, oh, I peaked.
Apparently.
It's like, the very first one I have to catch is a shiny. Like, sure. All right, cool. And then it took me like months to get another shiny Rookidee. Ugh. Anyway, that is essentially like the first, I guess, chapter?
The first section, yeah.
Because the gyms are essentially like segmented in like big chunks.
They're also kind of designed to be beginner friendly. They are all the types of the starter Pokemon. So you'll have a type advantage if you kept your starter Pokemon for one of them at least. So it's, the beginner area. Milo is also the gym out of all gym trainers that you first fight, Milo's has the highest level of any game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's level
it's
20?
Level 21.
21. Okay.
I think it's because he
20 or
only has 2, because you... Wait. No, a lot of them do have only 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking of something else.
And
Anyway.
specifically, Milo is also the only gym leader in this game that doesn't have smart AI. Every single gym leader after him does have smart AI.
Yeah.
You don't see it
Karu
much
has
because
smart
you don't
AI.
let them use moves.
Once or twice.
But yeah, they do have smart AI from Nessa
For the
onwards.
speed run,
Yes.
you can fight Milo post game, but we're not going to do that. So
Alright.
So here we're going to do another Death Warp. Sobble gets brought out again to go and die. against this Mudsdale,
the
hopefully.
cause.
Mudsdale does have 2 moves that don't do any damage, so it is 50%.
It has counter.
Yeah. So counter's the one. Counter's ideally the one that you don't see. Heavy Slam is perfect.
Yeah.
It's also why I use Growl, because if it does use counter, it will then, if I attack into it, it will then hit me for like no damage. And
Yeah, but if it uses counter again, I might die. So that's helpful.
So yeah, this is another text box that we want to go slow on. We definitely don't want to be hitting back to Motorstoke.
yeah.
For some reason, when you Death Warp after defeating Kabu, it does actually let you go straight to Hammerlock, which is the next area we want to be going to, which is very helpful.
yeah. Because otherwise we would be still biking.
Yep,
Yeah.
it will take about an extra minute or so.
Yeah.
And a bit of a thing that we missed. So Bede and Hop kind of had a little scuffle. We can see Bede again, but we're not really seeing Hop anymore. So yeah, unfortunately, it
happened.
seems that Hop has lost a match against Bede. So
We'll counter him soon. He'll be fine.
yeah, he'll be right.
There are definitely going to be some fights where you're going to catch up because
Oh yeah,
I'm
I'm gonna have less setting up.
Yeah.
So yeah.
There are going to be some fights where it's just going to be.
But with the amount of crits
pain.
I'm getting, who knows?
Yeah, it's just going to be counteracted by the amount of crits.
Yeah, probably.
Oh yeah, Ferroseed Ferrothorn absolutely suck. Ugh.
Yeah.
Because I can't use poison against
Yeah, you
it.
can't use Sludge Wave against a lot of the double battles. At least half of them. Probably more, actually. Because they're all steel
The late
type.
game, yeah, the late game it is only water moves because the amount of steel types there are, I cannot use poison.
Yeah.
Luckily, water is a very good typing, so you don't have too much of a problem with it.
Yeah.
Not many things resist it, and even if they do, you have a good time against it. So
Yeah.
And yeah, the sheer number of free heals you get in this game, because every time you enter a gym or exit a gym, you get a free heal. Almost every time you fight Hop, you get a free heal. You just don't really have to worry about your PP usage at all.
Would this be a good moment for me to say a few things?
Absolutely.
So we had $20 come in from FX with no comment. Thank you so much for your donation. And just letting everyone know that AusSpeedruns has a Twitch channel, which you can follow and support at www.twitch.tv/AusSpeedruns. All the Twitch revenue that we receive throughout the event will be given to the charity, which includes bits, subscriptions, and is a great way to support Game On Cancer. I am your donation reader for today, so for anyone that donates, I'll be reading out your comments and messages. Maybe you can tell us what your favorite Pokemon is or what Pokemon games you like. Let's get involved, have some fun, and support a good cause. Thank you, everyone.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of time to kill. Wait, how far are we into this? We're not even 2 hours in. Yeah, we've still got another
plenty of time.
another couple of hours to go. So, absolutely, get those donations in.
Here we get to use some bike. We get to bike up some stairs,
Yep. And then bike down them again.
and then we get some more exposition. So apparently,
Yeah.
there's a couple of guys who lived a while ago who defeated some sort of storm using some sort of magical sword and shield.
is that why it's called Sword and Shield?
Yeah, apparently.
Who would have thought? But we are coming up to, soon, one of the more major differences between the two games, and that is going to be the fourth gym leader. The fourth and the sixth gyms are completely different in terms of typing between the two games. So, gym number 4 for me is going to be the ghost type gym with the leader Alistair. Whereas for Bree, it is going to be the fighting type gym with the leader of B. So that is one of the things that also changes what Pokemon are going to be good in which game, because the fourth gym is also one of the
It's
one
a
of the
bit
leaders that we fight
faster
at the
on
very-
my end, I think.
Yeah, right now it's going to be faster. I prefer fighting Alistair when it comes to the later end. Yeah, because the fourth gym is the fourth gym leader is the one that we fight at the Elite Four.
Yeah, essentially.
And B can be a little bit more annoying than Alistar at that
She
point.
absolutely can be, yeah.
Yeah, Galissapod, I've had a lot of trouble with.
That's Nessa.
That's Nessa.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
So B leads with a Halucha that has bounce.
Poor Lucha.
Yeah.
So if you have to set up, you do end up wasting 2 turns. It also has high jump kick, which can do a lot of damage. It can also do a lot of damage to
Very
itself.
scary.
Yeah.
It is still a very scary move.
But for Alistar, all I have to deal with Rock Tomb, and all that means is just I just set up a turn of a turn of guard spec
Yeah.
to avoid that. So it's a little bit safer and a little, I think a lot more consistent to be dealing with Alistar in the late game. Whereas in this early game, when we fight them the first time, the gym for Sword is like objectively
it's a lot
quicker.
simpler, yeah.
It is objectively quicker because
We
it has
have to
one
deal
less
with
Pokemon.
potential detects, but you have to deal with the disguise.
Yes, and also one extra Pokemon.
One extra Pokemon, and then
Unfortunately, I think well, actually, this backup had Unnerve on the Rookie D, so I would like to think that I'm not going to get detects. But we'll see. It's,
yeah, something to mention about this route we're going into, Route 6, is that it's Permanent Sun. So all our water moves are weaker. However, we are substantially over-leveled still, so it really doesn't matter. For the Sobble route, it feels bad.
It's terrible. Oh, it's absolutely wonderful for Arcanine.
And then, oh yeah, absolutely. And then also Route 6, I think that it's the worst route to bike through.
yeah.
Because it's like it's very tough to see, like directly to the left.
Yeah, and a lot of the Pokemon are very small and hard to see as well.
And some of them go underground. It's a Doug trio.
Yeah. There's Arena Trap, you now have to kill it.
Unless you're flying or a ghost or...
Ghost, yeah.
Yeah. As usual, I'm going to try and need a skip. It is...
It is one of the hardest skips in this game.
Yep,
sure.
excellent to see it.
The thing about the Anita skip, it is so inconsistent and...
I've never done it.
I have no idea what triggers it. I've done it twice when I was trying to do it for 30 minutes.
I
So
have an idea on how it works, but I can't get it consistently. Essentially, there's this trainer that will come up to, and I'll try it, and then I can explain it. Maybe.
yeah. Oh my god!
Oh my god.
You got
You
it!
hit the Maractus.
I don't care. I skipped the trainer.
That's, yeah.
Yeah, that is very, very, very inconsistent. There's very few runs that have done it, and we don't have a whole lot of a clue what actually happens to do it. But for some reason, when you're boosting past her at a certain angle, you just go straight past her vision.
The kind of explanation that I think I've kind of gathered for that is that when you kind of brush up against her, she starts to look in your direction, and in that moment, when she is turning to look to you, her vision is a little bit
Blurred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you use that moment.
You can, like, jump a section, yeah.
Yeah. But as I said, it is a wildly inconsistent skip that I've only got like a handful of times over the hundreds and hundreds of hours
You got
that
it when
I've
it
done this
mattered.
game. Yeah, but I got it now? I don't get it. This game confuses me.
It's a great time for that.
It really was. And sure, I ran into a Maractus after it, but I'd rather run into a
There's certain-
single a single wild Pokemon than have to fight a trainer with 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, so that trainer that was skipped, Anita, she is the Metronome trainer for this game. So there's a lot of things that can go wrong with that fight if you don't one-shot each of the mons. Luckily we do, but for any percent, I've had some very strange things happen.
It can get very much out of hand.
I've had a Thunder hit, which was not great because it's in Sun. So it's a 50% to hit, and it absolutely kills your Sobble, so...
Absolutely, yeah. And to do that skip, you have to have the bike boost ready to go. So one thing that I've ended up doing with this category mostly is just like routing the way in which I use my bike boost so I can at least try it every run. Like, it's not always going to happen, but at least using my bike boost in a way that I can still get some good usage out of them, but also have a chance at that skip, because it's like a full minute getting that skip. It's like, having that chance, it's like, sure, I'll go for it.
And so yeah, this is Hop in his midlife crisis mode.
Yeah,
He has
swapped out
completely
a lot.
changed his team. apart from his starter. And he'll do that for the next couple of fights as well until he works out what he wants to do. Which I think we've all been there, changing around our mons in our team, trying to work out what we want.
I was like, what? Why isn't my team working? It must be the team, not me. It must be the team. Everything else is going wrong.
Why did I lose to this psychic trainer? I know, I'll put in a poison type.
Let me put in this poison type.
Yeah, we're intentionally making sure we're using moves that are not super effective. Because Hop, even though he's told us already about the fact that we're using super effective, he wants to do it every single fight.
Every fight.
Yeah, he wants to copy us.
It's a little
Additionally,
bit
he
great.
does lose against the Team Yell Grunt as well here.
Oh, yeah.
So even more towards
he's
it.
really going through it. Still can't believe I got the needed skip. Just like now.
Yeah, Opal's just appearing here and there.
She is a crypto. She just appears and just like...
She magically appears and then she takes about 5 minutes to walk off the screen.
I didn't think about extreme speeding the Linoon, but it still wouldn't have mattered because it fake outed.
Yeah, fake out is... so fake out's +3 priority and it always flinches you.
Yeah.
So
Speed's
you don't have any way to outspeed it.
Fake out with yourself. You use fake out.
Yeah, extreme speed is +2 priority, sucker punch is +1. So
Yeah.
fun facts.
Priority is a very important thing when it comes to Pokemon, especially when it comes to VGC, which is the competitive formats.
Yeah.
There is so much that goes into priority.
This gym challenge is an interesting one.
got the
Hope you got your hand ready. So
You got the teacup.
you slowly fall down these and you have to spin your control stick left and right to change your direction. But I swear, the shield one turns slower.
It does feel a little bit
It
more
feels like it turns slower.
Would it be okay for me to read a donation?
Sure.
Yeah, go for it.
Awesome. So we had $20 come in from Green Lightning, who says, Swish sucks, Jirachi rules, love you Aspect, and Bree GLP, you're okay too. Thank you for the donation.
Thanks, Green.
Yeah, one of the more annoying differences between these two gyms is that this first trainer in Sword, you're going to see only has 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, it has
Gonna
a
be the Stuffle and the Beware. Whereas this trainer has 3 Pokemon. It's going to be 2 Phantoms and, sorry,
A Phantom and 2 Pumpkaboos.
that way, yeah, that one.
That's it.
So just another thing that leads into Sword being just a little bit faster through this gym, on average at least. Because, as mentioned, there is the chance for Detect from the middle Pokemon, which...
I feel like the Corsola has Protect as well, but it doesn't like to use it.
Does it have it?
I rarely see it, but I've definitely seen it before.
That would surprise me.
Oh, whoops, pressed the wrong buttons.
Yeah, it's fine.
So yeah, I definitely think that these ones decrease in difficulty the further you go. The gym challenges. So the first one was probably the hardest. This one was
Yeah.
pretty free, and so is the next one. So
The next one is just a quiz while you're battling.
Yeah.
there is one skip you can do for it. It's actually slower to do so, but you can skip the last little bit
Oh,
of
yeah,
Yeah.
the
The
claws.
bumper.
Yeah, bumpers.
It's a skip.
Yeah.
It's slower.
It's slower, but it's also much more amusing.
It is. I'll see if I can get it. It's not here. I've been trying to find if you can actually skip that first one. I don't think you can.
No.
It'd be nice, but
Wish.
it's like right here. You kind of need to I was not even close.
It wasn't too far off.
You need to really skirt by that edge.
Yeah, you need to go by the edge, but if you touch the edge, it bounces you off. So
Yeah.
it's pretty precise. Well, at least we know how it works, unlike the Anita skip.
Yeah. And there's another skip later on, which we know how it works, and it's much more consistent. And it actually is routed into things. Because, like, one of the things about the Nita skip that I got earlier is it's not routed in, it's not accounted for in, like, any route.
No.
Because it's...
there's, like, underscores just in case. Some people have...
but it's, like, inconsistent to the point where it's just like, we're not relying on this for a run to work.
Yeah. And this skip later on is actually harder on shield.
Technically, I somehow get it more consistently
Yeah,
on shield.
you get a few less pixels to work with.
Hit it.
Alright, now coming into the fourth gym leader. And because it's a ghost type, shield has a bit of a awkward time for some Pokemon because they're mostly normal, using normal moves. Or this opening Pokemon, a Yamask, it also is a ground type, so there are some Pokemon that literally cannot do anything to it, despite being like 30 levels above it, cannot do anything to it. So that's been a weird little thing that has happened from time to time. It's like, I get towards the gym and was like, what move am I using for this fight?
I assume you have to set up here, don't you?
I don't think Tentacle needs to.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I'll find out.
We'll find out.
One way.
This is another thing that I do a lot with this run. It's like, I'll find out.
Yeah.
I'm pretty safe to have some wiggle room.
Yeah.
Like, even if it doesn't knock it out in one, it's like, I'm not at risk of falling over.
Suicune does not need to set up. Thankfully, because we do get Hydro Pump, we can attempt the Hydro Pump hit from Machamp. However, it's not always the greatest.
Yes. I do have Tiger Pump also, but one thing that is nice about fighting Alistar rather than B is that the Machamp that B has is
Very bulky.
It's so specially bulky.
Yeah, it's significantly more bulky than a Gengar, who is not
I would
bulky at all.
prefer to fight the Gengar.
Yeah, sure. Like, everything leading up to the ace is perfectly
We'll just
fine
swap
for you.
them, it'll be fine.
But the ace itself is wonderful. And definitely my favorite of the Gigantamax forms.
Oh, I love the G-Max for Gengar.
The big old fun house. Oh, there it is. This should get it the knockout.
It should.
I'm pretty sure.
Are you Hydro Pumping? Or are you just surfing?
It is, okay.
Yeah, it's fine. As I said, it's Gengar is very weak. Oops.
The more awkward
Yeah,
line.
it's absolutely.
This
This is
happens
probably the
sometimes.
worst thing you can do, yeah.
You're trying to over-adjust and then it just like,
Yeah.
you end up bouncing back and forth. I've definitely had that on more than one occasion.
It's definitely
And
my least favorite gym.
I think my least favorite gym is Melanie's, only because the last stage is blinding.
yeah, be wary for a flashbang later on.
Yeah.
It lasts a while.
It's fine in Sword because it's rock.
Yeah,
So
it's
like
not too bad. Yeah.
It's like
It's
tough
still
to see,
stuff. Yeah.
but you can actually see. It's not like a literal flashbang.
Yeah. Almost coming up to the far-fetched.
Yeah.
See if we get any detects. It's probably the worst part, in my opinion.
I'm hoping no more than one.
I'm hoping 0
I'm hoping 0, but
I'm hoping 3.
wow.
on the 1.
Yeah, on the 1.
So for anyone that doesn't know, Detect has a lower probability of succeeding each time it's used, to the point where it's like I want to say like a 5% chance of succeeding on the 3rd.
Yeah.
I've personally had the AI use it 3 times, which they are smart AI, which
Yeah.
means that they pre-roll all of their moves to determine what is the best option, and then they roll it again to see everything else. So in that case, they rolled to see if Protect was the best move, and if it's...
Hey, we
there
didn't get
go.
any.
Nothing at the moment, and checked 3 times, which was very, very
Very unlucky.
very unlucky. It loses a lot of times. It's just
Depending on who
3
you are,
turns.
it's either a low roll or a high roll.
yeah.
So yeah, this is Bede's villain arc.
Oh yeah.
Yep. So they have decided to destroy an ancient mural.
Does not use the Copperager that's sitting right next to him.
He borrows Copperager from Rose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is the, I believe, adopted son of Rose.
Yes, adopted.
Yeah.
Yep.
One kind of revelation I had a while ago when it comes to Bede is that is it any kind of relation, like in terms of the reference, like because Galar is very English, based on England and all that kind of stuff. Is Bede in reference to the ancient historian Bede?
Maybe. Could be.
The Venerable Bede was an ancient historian. And I had that
feel
revelation
like
a while ago.
Game Freak likes to put those sort of
Those like to put
references
references in, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I had that
yeah.
revelation. I was like, hang on. Also, I studied ancient history at uni, so it's like my wheelhouse. And I was like, hang on, why have I not thought of this in the many, many, many hours of playing this game? I was like, hang on, that's right there in front of me. I studied this. Yeah. It's definitely an interesting revelation to have. And again, we're getting some lore dump thanks to,
Yeah.
thanks to
Thanks
Sonia.
for Sonia.
Yep. And Bede. Bede actually helped us here.
He did.
Yeah.
We get a little bit of a look at some of the...
Little statue that's behind the mural.
Mm-hmm.
It was all a cover up.
Literally. Alright, now B, not Bede, B
Yeah, B.
is who you're
Fighting
encountering
gym leader.
now.
Also another thing, we do see a lot of the gym leaders will have different balls, not just the usual Pokeballs.
Yeah.
So like there, she sent out Hitmontop with an Ultra Ball, which is I feel like a nice little touch that they've added to
Yeah.
these games.
Also, like the throw animation is different from
Yeah.
leader to leader. Just like the little characterizations for all of the leaders is really good. Why did I boost there? Why am I bouncing off the wall? Don't mind me.
Oh, don't hit the double battle.
Oh.
Oh, when I did one run recently of this, I actually went around that double battle because I sort of panicked when I saw the
Double battle.
trainer vision.
Yeah. That is like the
All
worst.
right.
I've done that route in like a
Let's see.
long
Will we get a detect? There's one.
Yep, there's one of them.
Right, one and counting.
Yeah, just one.
the one.
That's
Just the
fine.
one. Not too bad.
It's pretty good.
Still on average faster than the shield.
Then shield,
Gym.
yes.
Yeah.
But this Pokemon, yeah, very, very bulky, and
Just gotta hope.
yeah, you've got some health to play with.
Yeah. I don't want to.
No, no, sure.
Yes.
Because especially similarly much earlier with Hop, where he will have this whole song and dance when it comes to using a stab move, like a powerful move. The leaders will have a similar kind of dialogue when they use their big gigantic
Ace, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Never in doubt.
You always hit the Hydro Pump. It's a 50-50. You either hit it or you don't.
Exactly.
There's no in between.
Well, it's supposed to be 85% to hit.
Yeah.
Again, you either hit it or you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 50-50.
Yeah, we're entering Opal's gym here, and now the gimmick for this gym is that you're doing some battles, and she's going to ask you some questions. And you've got to try and work out what's the correct answer. Or just select the wrong answer because it doesn't really matter.
It has
Yeah.
also been stated that Leon got every single question wrong in this gym.
which is incredible considering
The
both-
first question,
Is-
there is no wrong answer.
there is no wrong answer. The first question is, what type is good against Fairy? And the options are Steel and Poison, both of which are good against Fairy.
The
I don't-
only two.
Yeah. And Leon got it wrong. What did he say? Probably Dragon? I don't know.
Probably said Charizard, let's be honest.
Classic Leon maneuver.
And so each question you get right increases the select stat, and each question you get wrong decreases the select stat.
It's not
So-
all that relevant for this
It
category.
really doesn't matter, no.
But for like the 80% categories, it definitely does.
A few of the questions do,
Depending
a few
on the
don't.
mon, like you don't want to have your speed lowered.
Yeah.
The speed is the big one.
Yeah, for sure. Like, the first one is what? Double speed?
The second
first-
one's speed.
Oh,
First one
one's
is
attack.
the special attack and attack by one stage. This one's speed, next one's your defenses.
Yeah. And this is usually the gym, like in this category, this is the gym where you would usually get your first level up. Because for the last hour,
2 hours.
1.5 hour, we've just been running with this one Pokemon and slowly getting little bits of experience.
Yeah.
But this is the gym where it usually gets to the point where it's like, oh, you finally get a level up. It's going to be different for Bree because it's starting at level.
I mean, I will level up on it from the XS, from the XL.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
If not from, yeah, I'll level up in the gym.
And it's usually a good time to at least take a gauge of where your stats are at and how it's going to look later on, because I definitely want to be hitting a specific like speed break point towards the latter part of the game, because there are some Pokemon that, even though they're not dangerous, you don't want to have to set up on them, and you don't want to let them do anything because they can be very annoying. Like, they use status moves like, there's a Salazzle much later on, which is quite fast. It's like 143?
The Salazzle?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
It's around 143.
Certainly one of the fastest.
Yeah. And it can just use Toxic on you, and if you're poisoned, that's going to be proccing every turn. So ideally, that doesn't happen.
Oh, very nice. Buffed Confusion is very nice. There's only a 30% chance to hit yourself.
Yep. Yeah, the Morgrim is actually really annoying because it has Fake Out. And also, because it
Flatter.
has Prankster as its ability, it will use status, as mentioned before, it will use its status moves at a higher priority. And Flatter, being one of those, raises my special attack, but also confuses me. So, kind of have to play that game, unfortunately. But thankfully, we got through that fine.
Yeah, I probably can't kill it with extreme speed. If I could, that would just save me time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's probably going to fake out anyway, so we'll see.
Yeah, that's fair. And this gym is actually one of... I find it very interestingly designed in terms of the way Opal's team is designed, like put together, because it is very tough for a decent chunk of the Pokemon for this run to beat Opal without any setup. There is only, like, there's a rather small...
You can't do a lot with the grounds because she has a flying type. Physical attackers get intimidated, and then Alcremie is a bit bulky.
It is very bulky on the special side.
Yeah, the big reason why that matters compared to other gyms is that if you only take 4 turns on this fight, you only get asked 1 question. You only hit 5 turns, which is 1 setup. You immediately get asked the second question, which loses you even more time.
Yeah. Thankfully, I should be fine.
You should be fine, yeah.
Back in the Sludge Wave.
Everything except for the
Yeah,
part one.
I'm just going to surf until I get to... so the way to get around the bulk and the aforementioned kind of intricacies of Opal's team is either having a very good same type boosted
move.
super effective move, so I have that with Poison, but then I also have to find someone... Why was I mashing there? That's fine.
It won't matter.
Yeah. I also have to deal with a Steel type. Thankfully, Surf is fine for that. Having ways to ignore the Intimidate, so inner focus, clear body,
Not
scrappy.
caring.
Yeah.
Not caring about the stat drop.
Yeah. Also,
Own tempo.
own tempo, that is another one.
Surprisingly. Cutting that out while playing Soaking. That was also very slow. Do not recommend.
Yeah. And another way to do this fight when they set up is honestly just have Electro Ball.
Yep.
Because that first question, which I imagined got wrong, if you get correct, it will boost your speed by 2 stages. And as mentioned before, Electro Ball does more damage the greater the difference between the speed.
It has
So-
a max out of 160 base, I think.
150,
Which is-
150,
which is still
which you hit for the Electro Ball users that are very good. You hit the 150 cap, so your 150 power move, increased by stab, most of them as well, makes it 225, which is ridiculously strong.
Oh, yeah.
And so you can have all the bulk in the world, doesn't matter. Just gonna blast through it. Do you have the setup for that?
Nope. Hydro Pump will kill.
Oh yeah, you've got like levels to burn.
Yeah. Start off with an extra 5 plus
The large
an
empty.
extra 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I'm 75.
You'll be 75 for Alcremie, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you look at my stats? Because I didn't. Did you see my stats? Because I didn't.
No.
We'll be fine.
Yeah.
Something to note as well for the Dynamax Adventures, every Pokemon that you do catch there does have perfect IVs in 4 stats. So it's usually pretty helpful in some ways. One of the stats that you want will be hopefully 31, which is the max, which can definitely help throughout the rest of the run.
It also helps like this run just be much more consistent because whatever Pokemon you get, you are pretty sure you're going to get some very good stats.
Yeah.
There are some very odd circumstances where you can somehow just bottom out in a stat, really unfortunately, but
Yeah.
on average, you're going to get a very, very well-statted Pokemon.
Yeah. Thankfully, the Suicune route with the notes that we do have, regardless of what you have, everything's a guaranteed, just so that, again, it's a very beginner-friendly route, as I'm trying to show here. So you can kind of get away with everything, even if you've got maybe like bad speed or bad special attack. You'll still be able to make your way through everything and get an idea of how to maneuver around the entire game.
Yeah.
And you'll notice that we actually said no to letting Opal fly us back to Hammerlock here. Opal flies us to the wrong Pokemon Center and also talks more.
A
Yes.
lot.
So,
She's very slow. She's not
yes.
lady.
Except when she wants to be.
When she sees pink.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what it's saying right here.
And also the big thing that we will be using, well, this is the main time we've used it and we'll use it again when we fly again. You can actually press Y when you're on the fly menu to immediately go to the next point of interest that you're supposed to be going to, which just helps a lot with cleaning up those menus. You can use it also to get close to where you're wanting to fly to and then menu from there.
Alrighty.
And so a lot of this game, something will happen. The adults will tell you, oh, don't worry about it, we'll go deal with it. You go do your gym challenge.
Yep.
And then right at the end, it's, oh, you deal with it.
The classic Pokemon scenario
Yeah.
of, oh, there's this world ending.
Yeah, the
threat.
10-year-old has to save the world.
The kids will take care of it. Honestly, now that I think about it, it is kind of true to real life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry. The world's falling apart, but the kids will take care of it.
The 16-year-old champion will take care of it.
Yeah. Hey, we're not champion yet.
I think Leon's like 16. He's pretty young.
I don't think they're that young, really.
Yeah. Yeah, he is relatively young considering. He also became champion around the same year, year we are.
Honestly, that would explain so much. Oh.
It does explain a lot, actually, yeah.
I can't imagine him being like a significant amount older.
Yeah, not
considering
that much older, like probably like early 20s. Or
Hop and him and our brothers. I feel like there's small age gap.
Yeah, so this is one of the fights where Hop decides that he wants to talk about critting you as well. It's also the fight that he decides to use a high critical chance move, which is perfectly timed there. Luckily, we don't get to see them.
Is this also the one where he doesn't talk if you super effective?
It is.
Yeah. We get one fight.
We get one fight.
I'm just going to spam surf. Actually, no, I can probably just spam Sludge Wave. That should be fine again.
It doesn't matter too much now.
Yeah, you should be fine.
Yeah. Like the Snorlax that Hop has is like surprisingly
Defensively very bulky.
yeah.
Yeah. It's,
Yeah. Just as long as you don't get paralyzed.
Oh, I
you'll
probably
be
should have been
fine.
using. He's gonna heal it.
Yep.
Probably
You'll
should be
still
using,
kill, so,
Hydro
yeah.
Pump.
Oh, or not.
Come on, let's go.
Yeah, the Trevenant can be a lot more annoying than the Snorlax can, so it's fine to just take a little bit extra.
Yeah, should
Do it, take a turn on there normally.
Sludge Wave is more powerful, plus
I've
no
got
super
the
effective.
Mystic Water, so that kind of.
Yeah, but you don't really want to surf against the last two.
It was more for the Snorlax. I was thinking, so.
Just Hydro Pump it, you'll be fine.
Yeah, should have just Hydro Pumped.
I think that's what I have to do. Oh, no, I'd probably be fine with Surf.
You should probably be fine with the Surf, because if I was nearly,
Yeah.
yeah, it should be fine.
Well, I don't know the difference between Suicune and Tentacles, like special attacks.
I think it's pretty.
I think Tentacles is 110.
This is also something that I do a lot in this run.
Do we hit the Hydro Pump again?
Yep. One thing I do a lot in this run is just look up various Pokemon because I'm just like, what's going on? Am I going to be okay through here? Also, I would usually want to catch a Pokemon in here, but I am not because I am going to be using the Litwicks for the double.
Oh, okay. We hit the Hydro Pump.
Just hit.
Huh?
Hit the Hydro Pump. Yeah, it's just that simple.
Yeah.
Where are you? Tentacle, please.
It's consistent enough.
Consistent enough, yeah.
Yeah.
That's one way to put
Like,
it.
it's not going to do anything to you that's going to cause any major issues.
The only big issue with it is that when it uses its G-Max move, so it'll be a fairy move at this point.
G-Max Finale.
G-Max Finale, Opal will talk about the fact that they're using it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to risk it for the biscuit, you know?
Tentacle's special attack base is only 80.
Yeah, no, Tentacle's not good.
Its special defense is at 120.
No.
Yeah.
But one thing that's also interesting about this game in this category is that special attackers can get away
With a lot of things,
Get-
especially in
yeah.
your game.
Are we just not going to see a Gerda?
Oh no.
It is Shield.
I'll show
It
you
is
the Gerda,
Shield.
Don't worry.
The Gerdas will show up. They will appear. This ladder gives me so many troubles.
So yeah, this route is not particularly fun because there's a lot of things that get in the way. Like your Boulders have pretty big hitboxes.
Yeah.
So if they spawn in the correct spot, then they will force you to have an encounter.
That's about as perfect as I
Yeah.
could hope for that route.
But also Gerdas spawn here. They have a very large hitbox, and they also like to run at you,
Yep.
which we'll see
we
on,
will see
on
on
Sword.
As we'll say, in fighting
Shield
Pokemon,
does have a lower spawn rate for them, so
Classic.
not too surprising that we didn't see one there.
fighting Pokemon come after you like you owe them money.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
scary. But yeah, as I was saying, like special attackers, you can get away with having a lower base, whereas physical attackers, if you're below a base attack of 100, you're gonna have some troubles.
Apparently we have to Hydro Pump the Trevenant.
Surely not.
Or
It's probably
I guess you can
guaranteed.
just extra sensory, I guess.
Extra sensory should be fine, right?
Maybe. I could probably surf it with my stats.
Yeah.
I got plus special attack.
Oh, if you're plus special attack, then sure.
I think surf will kill. 15 IV, I think was like the area.
Again, this is a lot of this category. Can I get away with doing this however?
One way to find out.
Do whatever. So yeah, base 80. I forgot it was that low.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's okay because you can go as low as 80 for your base
Thanks.
special attack, whereas...
What's-
Especially as a water type.
Yeah, especially...
You,
with
This is what, 120? 110? It speeds 90? Or 80?
Wait, what was my speed? I forgot about that.
Like 75?
100. Like,
100.
Tentacruel is actually pretty fast.
Yeah.
But this is one of the more consistent skips.
So yeah, this is the skip we were talking about earlier. If you are very careful with your movement and sort of edge your foot onto it,
Yeah, that's fine.
that should work. And then fall in this hole here. Suddenly, you're past him.
Ta-da! Woo! Apparently, it is easier to do that on.
It is easier on
Shield.
sword.
I'm still gonna mess it up.
It is easy.
I mess it up.
Always getting the foot on there. it's
I
just a
always
little
mess
bit-
it up on sword. I don't know why, but I
Yeah.
consistently get it on shield.
It is easier on sword purely because the train is actually placed a couple of pixels higher, so you have a little bit more space to play with.
It makes no sense that I can do it more consistently on shield.
And if you do all this movement perfectly, you can actually skip a cycle on the next.
Oh, I'm not doing that one.
You're not doing that?
No.
Oh yeah, you can skip a cycle on of a trainer on
Yeah.
the
This
next
following segment.
Yeah, next segment.
Also, when we'll talk about
Oh, yeah, flashbang warning.
Yeah, here comes the flashbang. Let's see if I can.
May as well be blindfolded.
Yeah. Well, I actually use some visual cues. Like if I take a right here on the rock on the right, I go up and da. Yep. Like so. Here's the ping. Go around.
And perfect.
Easy. See, visual cues. Just small visual cues.
Yep.
You don't get many when everything is just white, but you do get some. Oh yeah, sweet. What are your base stats? I know you're good.
I know its speed's not the greatest, but it's good.
I know it's good because I was using it for VGC for bloody ages.
Let's see, this is Melanie coming up here. Melanie has a Pokemon that is very annoying for
Oh, God.
physical attackers. Luckily, we're a special attacker, so it's not going to be a problem. But saying that, her ace is a Lapras, which has very good special defense. And if it does get a turn off, it gets to set up Aurora Veil, which also increases its special defense even more.
Speaking of special attack, base is 90.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's its speed?
85.
Yeah, it's not very good, is it?
Well, the thing is with this is like, in terms of like base speed, you can kind of get away with going as low as 60. But at
Like,
that
my
po-
special attack's not that much higher than yours.
Yeah. But like in terms of like speed, you can actually go to a base of around 60 and still be okay. You do need to kind of rely on some IVs and natures going in your favor, but you can kind of get away with it a little bit lower. But yeah, like special attack, we're fine.
Here come the girders.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
the girders. Oh, I see one of them.
Yeah. There's one up to the left, thankfully.
But yeah, we're intentionally not setting up the special attack on the Frostmoth Thirst because it does have a couple of moves that are quite frustrating. So it has Bug Buzz, which can drop your special attack, and it has Icy Wind, which
Icy
drops your
Wind,
speed. So we don't really want to deal with either of those.
Yeah.
So here's Ice Face. Don't have to deal with it, so
Yeah,
not
we
going to
don't
be a
have to worry
problem.
about that. Unless I decided to use
She decided to poison
Cross
jab for
poison
some
for
reason, yeah.
some unknown reason. But no, we're good. This should be fine. Honestly, like when it comes to like this is also another one of the gyms that is different between the versions. Bree will be dealing with Gordy, who
will be
is
very simple.
very simple. You can just spam surf and it's just
Yeah.
It can be a bit frustrating if you don't have anything to hit a Bug Rock type because the Shuckle is
Shuckle's-
very bulky.
yeah. Oh yeah, that's true.
But yeah, realistically, it's a lot easier to take out than Melanie.
It's not the ace. That's for sure.
It can be, though.
It can depend. Like the time I ran Charizard.
Yeah, Charizard's not a big fan of rocks.
No, we
We worked that one out.
I believe
Yeah,
I'm
fine.
also
I'm not too
touching
surprised that didn't
anything
kill, to be
unless
honest.
it's tomorrow. No Gerbo so far.
And so right there, you saw Melanie talk about the fact that she was using her signature move, the G-Max Resonance.
Oh,
G-Max
that's
Resonance also sets up Aurora Veil, so Lapras had taken only half damage there. It wouldn't have fainted right now.
Ooh, that was close. There's the lad. Very good. Yeah. Route 8 and Route 9 can be very
I've never had an issue with Route 9. I don't think I've set a single
I
wild
get crash
there.
tackled by Mantikes consistently. They just like, from the top rope, just
Yeah.
take me out.
Yeah, I've had that a couple of times. It's more the whalmers that have hit me.
Oh, they just like spawn under me
Yeah,
sometimes.
just spawn completely under you. And yeah, they are very, very large.
They're big boys.
Yeah.
And,
This place is still snowing, despite the fact that this is not an ice gym in Sword.
because Gordy is not following their mother's footsteps in becoming another ice trainer. No, they wanted to be a
Are
rock
they
trainer.
related?
Yes.
Yeah.
Gordy is Melanie's son.
That makes sense.
I don't know if there's any like similar kind of connection between B and L.
I don't think so.
No.
I know Kabu's from Hoenn. That's
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
So we've gone to this restaurant to have a meal and apparently also law.
Law. Law is on the menu.
Yeah, we're going to see if we can get another skip done over on Breeze,
I don't
hopefully.
trust it.
Ah, you'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll see.
Come on, Sonia. You're good. Another thing that's nice about having the turbo to just mash through it is like I could just hold this and it will just go through all the text, so I don't have to be mashing the entire time.
Yeah.
I sometimes mash the other trigger just as like a
That might be okay. That's okay. Yep,
Yeah.
that's
Fancy
perfectly
press.
fine. There's no way that doesn't work.
yeah, good.
Well done.
And one thing I've noticed, with the amount of time you put into trying to get that skip, if you take one stab at it and then just like feel like it's not going to work, you can then take another stab at it and still be able to time things correctly so that this spinner that Bree's about to run into will be at the perfect spot where they're just going to turn.
His vision only exists on the tile as well. So if you're anywhere other than the tile and he's looking at you, he doesn't care.
Thankfully.
Yeah, I'm just going to set up just because why not?
This last section's just always very, very difficult if you're not
Yeah.
used to it. Yeah. Whoops. Here, then here.
Is-
Here, then here, then.
I picked up the potions, right?
I hope so.
Pretty sure I picked them up. Because usually for this segment, you do end up just taking a lot of damage residually from the amount of hail, or the amount of turns there are.
already
And
forgot
it's
what
like
it
you're
was.
taking hail damage every turn, so it's like it will eventually add up.
Then up, then left, then up, then right, then up, then right, then up, then left, and up,
Yeah, you're good. Up.
up,
Yeah.
or is it right?
Up.
Up.
Is it up? Okay.
Oh,
It's not up.
that's where you are.
Oh wait, I didn't even see.
I didn't even see where you were.
okay.
I thought you were
I
here.
also couldn't
Up.
see where I was.
Left.
Yeah. Left.
Up.
Up.
Right. Up.
Up.
Right. Up.
Up.
Left.
And then left.
Up.
Up.
Then up.
Yep, keep going.
No, no,
No,
Nope.
no.
Too far.
Too far left. Right. It's the part that's just really confusing. As you can see, a lot of people... Again. I'm just going to show everyone the spots. It'll be fine.
This is what you
Here's
don't
the
do.
spots where you can fall
Where
in.
you need to not go up,
Yeah,
right,
you essentially
up,
ladder up,
right,
and then you go up,
then
Up a bit,
you step
and then
in,
go left,
one step left.
and then you go up,
and then you go up, and...
then around.
Right,
Yep.
It can definitely be like very annoying.
You'll see on the left here as well, there's a trainer in that section, and you can dodge them. It's just an issue of
Yeah,
you have to hit the
so
cycle
your,
perfectly.
your timing generally is if you hit the...
Is it bit faster?
generally, if you hit the trainer skip pretty much straight away, you'll always be able to get that cycle.
Yeah.
Remember you saying like, why are you always going on the left side of that trainer? Because
If you go to the right side, you never get hit.
I've The only time I've actually gotten hit by that is because I actually ran into a poke. It's like
Yeah, if you run into
about-
something or you're slightly too slow,
I've
she'll
been
turn
thinking
around
about
straight
doing
into you. But if you
Yeah.
stay on the right side, she never looks right side.
Yeah. I'm fine on the left side, it's fine. Yeah, here's Gordy.
Gordy, rock type, so water beat rock.
Yeah.
That's just how it is.
It do be like that sometimes.
Just hold serve. And again, with an Ultra Ball, he does a backflip.
He does do a backflip, which...
Yeah.
A dude of his size. Got the moves.
I have done a few runs against this Barbarical, where if you do set up against him, he shell smashes.
Yeah, he can get pretty
and
scary.
he can
Yeah.
very much outspeed you and knock you out.
Yes. It can be very, very scary. And you also do not want to set up against the Shuckle because it has, what,
Power swap.
power split?
Power split, yes.
Yeah.
Which takes your attack and your special attack and takes its attack and its special attack and
Which
it
is
averages
like-
the two.
I think it's
Which is
special
really
attack,
bad.
that's like 35 or
It's
something.
35 base special
Yeah.
attack and attack, so it
Its
completely
defense is good.
completely nukes your attack
230 special
basically.
Defense and defense.
Alright, let's get through this route without getting accosted.
It's more of a problem on through some any percent routes, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Ugh. Alright, that worked.
Congratulations.
The Pokemon have been very kind to me today.
Yeah. No
So yeah, this is the section where we're in fact not getting a free heal for multiple fights in a row. So we didn't get a free heal after that Hop fight. We didn't get a free heal after those Team Yell fights. We're not going to get a free heal after this Barney fight. So we have to go into the. We have to be a little bit careful with our PP and our HP because we have been taking hail damage as well. And this is one of the most important items to pick up in the game, the guard specs. Because we're not buying any, we actually have to find some to pick up. They'll become very useful in one of the fights much later on, and it's pretty much required to do the fight in any reasonable speed.
I'm pretty sure I have to set up here because I have to use Sludge Wave on the Toxic Rogue.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's fine, this Leopard actually can't do a whole lot. It has...
too much.
It has... so it has Prankster as the ability, it has Fake Out, it has... Nasty Plot, Sucker Punch, and Torment. So that you can Nasty Plot to gain special attack stats,
What about you? Yeah.
and then do nothing with it.
Okay, I didn't even get tormented, so that's fine.
That's
very
perfect.
good.
And yeah, Torment is the annoying move that it can do. It forces you to switch moves every single turn. Not only does that lose us time in menuing, but it also can cause some issues with ordering on Mons. So thankfully we don't have to Poison Jab the Morpeko.
I will be swapping moves against it regardless, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, unfortunately Toxicroak
I mean,
does
I'll
come
have
out, and we can't surf that.
I mean, I should knock out the Life Hide before it torments. But unfortunately, it would send
It gets one turn.
Scrafty, then...
It gets one turn to
Toxicroak.
torment you, and it does have Prankster, so it does have a chance to do it on that one turn.
You just have to gamble that it doesn't use it.
Extreme Speed.
Yeah.
So,
That is what I
outspeeds
routed.
it and should knock it out.
Yeah, the Leopard is very frail.
Very good with setting up its statuses. Not very good at anything else.
It can be very annoying later on because it ends up getting the move Snarl, which, as we said earlier,
Yes.
lowers your special attack. And both of us are using Pokemon that rely on special attack. So if we're trying to set up in that fight and it just keeps on using Snarl, it just requires us to take more turns to set up. Good thing I remembered.
Yeah, so because we didn't catch anything on Route 8,
I'll use this time to just actually
I
do the
heal as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Just be careful. So yeah, because we didn't catch anything on Route 8, we in fact have to bring in a Pokemon. We're using one of the Litwicks. It does die to Surf pretty quickly, which is quite nice.
It's both good and bad at times.
It's good and also bad. So we will end up having to bring out another Litwick, I expect,
Yeah.
after the gym, just to make the fight afterwards, the gym leader afterwards, a little bit safer.
I'm pretty sure the second trainer in Ryan's gym, I don't have to use that special attack, right? Surf should be fine for that.
It's in some.
You should be.
But Turtonator is like really weak.
Turtonator isn't the problem, it's Ninetales is very specially defensive.
Oh, it is. Yeah, forgot about that.
I think in Sun you have to set up.
Damn. Because what
Yeah.
what I was hoping for is that often what I'll do is I'll use that second fight to use a revive on the other Litwick so I can knock it out regardless. But
My thought is that you're going to have to use choice specs.
With choice specs you might not need to set up.
You could just sludge wave everything.
it's like, yeah.
We can talk a little bit more about choice specs when we
with specs, yeah, I can just use
get
sludge
into the
wave.
Piers
I
cutscene.
can just go sludge wave, like
Yep.
X special attack, sludge wave, and a revive,
Yeah.
and then do whatever on the third. So yeah, a lot of this category, it gets a little bit awkward when it comes to the double battles of the final gym. Like Gym 8, Ryan's gym, they are all double battles, which is one of the reasons why we have to have a second Pokemon with us. This gym forces us to have a second Pokemon with us because there is at least one double battle. So yeah, this is the reason why we have to go out of our way to get a second Pokemon with us. But once we're done with the gyms, they're gone.
Yeah, very importantly they're gone because we still have another double battle to walk past.
Yeah, right after the gym. Definitely need to deposit beforehand.
So these guys are fine, they just jumped out of windows from the second floor building.
They did backflips, thank you.
Okay, they backflipped. It still probably doesn't help them too much.
Ah, good to say.
They were fine.
Yeah, so this is apparently a town, but as far as we can see, it's a corridor. It's supposed to be a full town called Spikemathia, but all we see is a corridor with a couple alleys.
Honestly, it seems like a nice place.
That Pokeball sitting right there is a max revive.
Yeah, fine. Could use a bit of a cleanup, but
Yeah.
perfectly fine place. So yeah, the choice specs that we've been referring to, you get at the very
Yeah,
end
you can
of
see
this.
it in the cutscene.
Yeah, we can actually see it in the cutscene that we'll see in a little bit with Piers.
Instead, we have to take 40 seconds to bike in and bike out.
Yep.
I'll catch up from that if I don't have to get them.
It was only until halfway through this gym that I was like, I should probably actually pay attention to the amount of moves I have.
Yeah. Oh, that's why I had to pick up the elixir.
Yeah.
Or the ether, sorry. Specifically for, that gym.
Yeah. Because that Weavile that we fought has pressure, which increases the amount of PP that is used every time you use a move. So it drains it pretty annoyingly.
And unfortunately, we haven't got a heal since the hop fight, which is still 5 at least moves that we have to use.
Which is also why while I was doing the menuing to get the Pokemon into my party, figured, I was already in the menu, might as well use that time to heal.
And yeah, this is our fourth double battle in this gym. It's very simple. We just surf an X special.
Makes it very simple. Because usually in a lot of the single battles, it's like you have to use your entire turn to be using the X item.
Nice crit.
You have to be using your entire turn to use the X item to boost your stats.
Hit the
But in a
man
double battle, hey, you got crash tackle.
Yeah, just barely on the tip of the bike. Sometimes happens.
Yeah.
So yeah, of course, something to mention is before Gen 5, you couldn't actually use X items on another Pokemon in battle. So all the double battles before Gen 5 were actually a lot slower and a lot more dangerous. But thankfully, Gen 5 onwards, you're able to select what Pokemon you want to use on it, use it on. So makes the double battles a hell of a lot easier, and
Way more consistent.
it means
there's
that
item ball right there in the corner.
there's your choice specs right there.
That's them.
I just want to sneak in and grab them, okay?
Can we grab them before the fight? Just go over? No.
Now,
It would be so much nice if you could.
the choice band is actually in it's next to Magnolia's house, so you can fly straight to Magnolia's house. A little bit of a bike to grab it, fly straight away. It takes about 15 seconds, so it's a hell of a lot quicker.
How many Pokemon for this route actually used?
I don't think I've
within
routed choice specs
Yeah.
at all. Choice band
I
at all.
don't think anything has so far.
All of the good physical attackers don't need it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really not that bad.
No.
But there may be some Pokemon because, as I was saying, like the threshold for a good physical attacker in this game is a little bit higher than that for special attackers. So there are some that require the extra boost from a choice item, which they do give a very significant damage boost, but forces you to use the one move only, which is the downside of it.
Yeah.
Which for speedrunning isn't too bad unless you're being tormented. But
So yeah, here we have Piers. He is the one gym leader who does not Dynamax. He refuses to. Now, that is both a good and a bad thing. His Obstagoon, his ace, it can come out whenever, depending on damage rolls. And then it also, they've instead given it 252 HP and defense EVs, which means that its HP and
like
defense
Brick
are
House.
hugely increased. That's the max EVs you can give to a Pokemon in a stat. And then special attackers are just like, okay, cool. Doesn't really bother us.
And it's usually a little bit awkward trying to set up on that first. Well, that first turn is usually pretty awkward because some Pokemon, you're strong enough to beat them regardless. But the Scrafty can use Fake Out, it has Intimidate.
It also has Sand Attack.
It also has Sand Attack, so you don't want to have to deal with it. It can be very annoying. Oh, thank God.
Nice. So Obstagoon has its own form of a Protect. If you hit it with a contact move, it'll actually sharply decrease your defense.
Which is actually relevant for
Which
some
can
Pokemon.
be really scary.
It can be.
Because the Skuntank that comes out afterwards has Sucker Punch, which has +2 priority, so it should always go first.
+1.
Or +1. +1 priority. But
Very important.
it doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, you won't get a sucker punch off against an
But yeah.
increased speed.
So it can be pretty scary if your defense gets harshly lowered as well, which is 2 stages decrease.
And that is the Pierce fight.
Yep.
Thankfully, one of the quicker fights, mostly because we're not having to deal with Dynamax.
Yeah. Although he does talk a lot.
He does. But I don't mind it because I just love his music.
So we're the 7 gyms down. We've got 1 more to go, so it should be pretty quick to finish off now, right?
Yeah.
Look at that timer. Yeah, sure.
Do you chaps have time for me to read 2 donations?
Absolutely.
Sure. I'm
Awesome.
just going
Go
to be
for
running
it.
through this gym again.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. All right, we have $10 from Stanley. Best not miss that Hydro Pump, Bree. So that was about 20 minutes ago. Thank you, Stanley. $30 from our very own Cass. Mantyke from the top rope. Thank you, Cass. And hope you guys are enjoying the run today at PAX Oz Day 3. And back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Snow is a good move. We get it as a TM, but unfortunately, a lot of the Pokemon that can use it well don't need it.
Yeah, they don't need it at this point.
Yeah. And as much as I love Dark types, there are so many Dark types that are just absolutely rubbish for this.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Like, there's Alolan Persian, there is Liepard, there is Thievul. 3 Dark types. I really like them.
Thievul has decent move pool.
The awkward
but
thing,
it's
like,
just,
I was just going to say, like, the awkward thing
too
about
fragile.
Thievul and Liepard is that their moveset and their stats are weirdly...
They're inverted. Yeah, you've got a physical moveset, but a special mon.
Yeah, it's... Ugh. It's such a shame, because I love them so much. There's a lot of really, really fun Pokemon that you can run throughout this category. We just ended up with some of the more consistent ones.
Well, I have to use backup.
Yeah.
So yeah, this biking is actually pretty difficult. There's a lot of things you can bump on, like that just completely kill your momentum. But also there's people in the way that decide to walk up and down. And if you happen to be a little bit too slow, they can sort of just like body block you from getting anywhere. And you have to sort of get some really weird movement.
Let me just get around here.
So sometimes you can have a guy standing right there walking past as well.
Absolutely just like gridlocked
Yeah.
in that spot. It's like, okay, I have to back away for let them get out. But that's not too bad. Honestly, I've had much worse runs through Spider-Man. Oh wait, I need to talk to him first.
Yeah, very importantly, you need to take one step here to trigger this cutscene.
Yeah, and then you can fly.
Yeah. And I'll also equip the choice specs while we're manuing to fly.
Yeah,
And that is
save
another
bit
thing
of
when it
time.
comes to Pokemon speedrunning and just like RPG speedrunning in general is just like trying to optimize the amount of times that you're going into the menus and just like consolidating it all into a very convenient time. Especially with Sword and Shield, because one thing that ended up happening with the DLC is that it ended up introducing quite a bit more lag when it comes to just like opening the bag. So trying to reduce the amount of times that we are in the bag, as you can see.
Yeah, it's about a full second every time you have to open and close the bag.
So yeah, trying to minimize the amount of times you're opening menus and trying to do stuff definitely helps out in the long run.
I do not have to set up against peers, so...
Yeah, you're fine.
And I also do not need to get choice specs.
Yeah, definitely going to pull some of that time back.
But I do have to use an ether here. Whoops.
Thankfully, you can just mash A because Surf is in your
Yeah.
first slot.
Just being careful.
And plenty of times on my Let's Go runs that I've accidentally ethered the wrong move and haven't had enough psychics to finish it.
Oh, the amount of times I've accidentally thrown a Pokeball at my opponent. Because I've just like been...
Because of the flick back from the
Yeah,
double inputs, yeah.
Yeah, I think... Was it this game that introduced, like, if you use an item that doesn't do anything, it'll still
It'll
use
still
it?
use the turn, yeah.
Yeah.
So the amount of times I've like used a revive on an already
on something that's already
Pokemon,
alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
Like,
only waste the item, but waste the turn.
Yep. I was like, whoops.
So here is our longest loading screen that we have to exist. Coming up.
Do we know why that is?
I don't know.
It's a big movie.
So
My theory is it's trying to move us, like the models from one spot to the other, and the arena is
Well,
like
no,
all the way
so-
on the other side of bloody Hammerlock.
so that area that they're two different loading instances.
Yeah, it's like
There's two different
where
ones.
Is it? Yeah, where is it? It's
So-
like well, loading wise, where is it?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
It's a
It's
bloody
really
mile away.
strange.
I mean, it's basically the exact thing where Sonya was standing up on the castle.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
but
is
the
the same
exact
room,
one.
but it's,
It's-
like so
it's-
far away.
It's not the
loading-wise.
exact one. It's actually a replica of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
It is.
But yeah, I
One of
I
the
don't understand why it takes so long to load it.
There's the little things we think of when we're doing this run, and we've done it so
Yeah.
many times.
Yeah.
We-
So Raihan's supposed to be the dragon type trainer, but his gym's more of the weather gym.
He has two dragon types.
It's the weather plus doubles gym.
Yep, weather and doubles.
Which, I mean, is pretty common for anyone that plays the competitive
Yep.
VGC. Weather is pretty common.
And doubles is the format.
Yeah.
Weather even more so now with LOL and Ninetales being reintroduced into the mix.
No, regular Ninetales.
Oh yeah, there was already that, but they also
What
had
was it?
Torkoal. You had Torkoal for that.
Yeah, yeah. The Torkoal was slower.
That's,
then-
that's the
yeah.
that's the benefit of
They
it.
brought Ninetales with the DLC.
Yeah.
So
Weather is an interesting thing when it comes to Pokemon battles.
should have an obstacle showing up now. No, Malamar.
No, Malamar.
Okay.
Malamar, a Pokemon that I
Very much dies the bug.
yes, very much so. One day I may end up trying a run of it, but it is going to be pain.
Yeah, so Malamar has an ability contrary, which means that any stat increases become stat decreases and vice versa. So X items actually end up decreasing your stat, which is really not helpful.
It's kind of the antithesis to Pokemon speedrun.
Yeah.
And there's also another Pokemon that has that ability
Yeah,
as well.
so Lurantis also has it, but it does have Leaf Storm,
Leaf Storm, yeah.
which sharply decreases your special attack, which actually becomes sharply increases with contrary.
Yeah. Similarly, Malamar has access to a move, Superpower, which would normally reduce your, like once you use it, it will reduce your attack and defense by one stage.
So
So
got
when,
a few of those. I think it has a psychic one that does it too. Pretty sure.
I don't remember.
I remember using Malamar like once.
Be like, whoop. there's a lot of moves that have such niche use cases that I'm just like, I cannot remember all. There's a lot of them.
Let's see, we've experienced sun, we've experienced rain, we're experiencing hail now,
Yeah.
and then Raihan has the sandstorm.
The last Pokemon game with hail
Yes.
Yes.
comes snow after this generation.
Which I'm actually pretty thankful for. And I think it's a
Saves a bit of time.
yeah.
Unfortunately, our poor Litwicks have been fainted over and over again.
Still hoping that they bring the change to freeze that they did for Legends Arceus. Because freeze is a status condition that is that's a rough one.
And so now we've intentionally made sure that both our other Pokemon have been defeated. If we only have one Pokemon here, Raihan actually gives us a free heal. So we'll be fully healed entering this fight.
And the reason why I wanted to have 2 Pokemon alongside me is because I'm going to be spamming Surf, and I want to be set up twice.
I'll most likely be doing the exact same thing.
Because we don't really have the best of moves to be dealing with a Duraludon, who is a Dragon Steel type. Water, not very effective against it. Steel, Poison does nothing to Steel, and Psychic is not very effective.
Is resisted by Steel, yes.
Yeah, Steel resists the Psychic. So
Yeah,
we
Dragon
don't have anything
Steel-
good against it.
Dragon Steel is a very defensive typing.
Yep, sure is. All right, sets up the sand.
I believe I'll be X special attack plus Hydro pumping it, so
Oh,
I think that'll kill, but I'm not too sure.
But because I have the choice specs, I'm locked into using Surf.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, still good.
It makes it comparable
It'll
at
set
that
it.
point.
Yeah. You'll be, what, just +2? Or are you going to
I'll go
+4?
+4.
Yeah. To be safe and sorry.
Yeah.
Especially because moves that are spread moves deal less damage in double battles because they are spread.
Yeah. It's one of the just a little balance thing.
Yeah.
So yeah. Ryan has 4 Pokemon, so you essentially have to just do it twice.
Yeah, having a spread move for this gym definitely helps speed up the Raihan fight a lot. Because the Flygon can start dropping your attack with Breaking Swipe. The Gigalith can start killing off your second Pokemon with Body Press, or I think it's also got
Rock Blast.
Rock Blast.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Charizard hates it.
Does not like it. And then the Sandaconda will 9 times out of 10 want to glare and try and paralyze you immediately. Unless you are immune to it. Big building. Yeah, the Sandaconda can be annoying. Can I crit the Duraludon just for safety? No, fine.
+4 is absolutely enough here.
Yeah. Even with a resisted move, it +4.
Plus like double HP.
Yeah.
I believe this Duraludon has 1.75 times HP. I believe it's at, yeah, Dynamax level 5.
Also, I looked at my speed, and yeah, I'm faster than almost everything.
Except for Dragapult.
Yeah, the Dragapult, like, unless you have a very, very good speed stat, the Dragapult that Leon has at the end of the game will be faster than anything you get.
Unless you have Sucker Punch.
Yeah, that's true. The usual option is to just use the Eternus at the end to deal with that. So usually, I'm looking at the list of Pokemon that we have to deal with in terms of like the speed numbers that they have in the late game, and it's like I look at all the Pokemon that Leon have, and I just like wipe those from my memory because I don't need to worry about those because we set up on that safely anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how the fastest Pokemon outside of Leon's Dragapult, or Leon's team in general, is actually Nessa's Barraskewda at 154.
Yeah.
And then Leon's Dragapult is 193.
Yeah.
So there's a whole 40 points difference.
Very, very fast Pokemon.
Yeah. The only way it becomes faster is if Pelipper somehow comes out first, which only happens if your Pokemon is weak to flying.
Yeah.
If Pelipper comes out first, it sets up Rain, and then Swift Swim will double its speed.
Right,
And at that point, you also have to be wary of... Well, you don't even have to be wary of the Seeking. It will be faster than you, but it's not going to do anything to you.
Yeah.
So yeah, later on, there's not going to be any Pokemon that is like, oh, they're going to be faster than me.
I don't think I need to set up the...
Oh, yeah, probably
I
not.
didn't need to really go into a menu.
So we're going to take our Litwicks out, and they get to sit in the box for the rest of the run.
Yeah.
We're going to make sure that we've only got one Pokemon from now on. Let's skip a double battle and reduce level ups as well.
I'll probably just grab a few full restores just for safety.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is something that some of these DLC mons don't actually have to worry about. We don't have to worry about grabbing full restores for some of them because there's nothing really dangerous to them. Generally, they're the strongest because they just end up not really having to set up a whole lot.
I think I can probably get away without X specialing here.
Plus, different from other games, when you
Possibly, yeah.
when you do the Elite Four, you actually get healed in between every single one, and can access your box so you can switch Pokemon out.
Makes things much nicer to deal with. You're fine. Just do the same thing. Just use another revive.
Yeah. Just trying to save myself from doing it afterwards.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have all these revives because every time we've talked to Sonia and she's given us some lore, she then gives us a couple of revives because...
Yeah, she just keeps on dumping all these items on us. Like, honestly, a lot of people end up just dumping a lot of items onto us.
this is a really tight cycle here, and you get it perfectly. As long as you boost at the exact time your boost comes up, and you didn't waste any time grabbing items prior to it, you can get past that trainer before he turns around.
Now, at this point, there's an option between two different trainers. You have to find at least one of them. This postman just has easy Pokemon to deal with.
Yeah, a lot of the time it's the postman, unless you're... well, there's really very few reasons that you should...
Lazzle prefers the other one.
Yeah, pretty much fire types would prefer the other one.
Yeah.
Because there's a Corviknight and also no rain.
Yeah. Because there's this postman which has the Pelipper and the Noctowl. The other one has a Flygon and a Corviknight. So they can be a little bit more annoying to deal with for some Pokemon. Now, this trainer has caused me some issues in the past with a lot of Pokemon. Thankfully, we have water to just not care about it, but this trainer has definitely killed a lot of runs.
It's killed a lot of Charizards.
Yeah, Charizard specifically.
It has Rock Blast, which is 4 times as super effective against the Charizard, and Gigalith has a lot of attack.
Yeah, and with the Sand Up, it has an increased special defense. That is just one of the properties of the Sandstorm, is that it increases the special defense of rock and ground types.
Rock types.
Just rock?
Just rock.
Okay.
It's just that most rock types are ground types.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there was no pure rock type in Gen 1, so...
No.
The first pure one, Sudowoodo. Fun fact.
We got a lot of those.
Yeah. Best way to fill the time.
Yeah, I do have the choice specs on currently, but I am going to have to take them off before we get into the next fight because, as we were mentioning before, Marnie is going to be our next battle, and the Liepard has Torment, and if that does hit us while we have the choice specs, whoops.
Yeah, it's not great. You end up having to Dynamax out of it.
Yeah, that's true.
Because thankfully, when you Dynamax, choice items no longer apply.
Yeah.
Which can be a little annoying as well, because sometimes you need that boost in damage to also be able to kill.
Yeah. Thankfully, we are pretty much fine.
Yeah.
Do you guys have time for one donation?
Absolutely.
Cool. We just have $100 from Robber. No comment.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Very much appreciate the generosity.
Be sure to get in your donations for the Spyro color.
The Spyro color, yeah. Well, we're seeing a lot of love for green.
Yeah, green's winning by about $40 at the moment, almost $50.
What's in second at the moment?
Black at 250. So green's 294.
Surely we can get some more donations to get black up there.
Not even the classic purple? Come on.
Ironically, purple has nothing towards it.
Nothing. Just absolutely bugger all. Come on. What am I doing? Just move some of the menu items around. I usually stray off a little bit to the side there to talk to the official, just so I don't accidentally talk to Hop.
I've definitely done that before.
The amount of times I've like accidentally talked to someone when I was like,
And especially with Turbo.
yeah, because
Talk to them a bit too many times.
you're just like holding it down. It just, as soon as it is able to interact, it will. So that's one of the things to be a little bit wary of.
Yep, so here's our last fight with Marnie. She's got a full team now. Her Leopard actually has a special attacking move, so she can benefit from Nasty Plot.
Yep. It is.
And
weird.
we're hoping for no torment.
Yeah.
We'll make it go faster, that's for sure.
Definitely. Alright, we'll set up at least once. That's fine. Oh, cool.
No
It
torment?
went
No
use-
torment.
oh.
Awesome. Awesome.
That's the thing, is like, yes, it does have ways to increase its priority and be annoying in that regard, but it isn't. It's not faster than us. So if it's going to use a regular move, it has to play by the regular speed rules, which we are just going to ignore that. So I can just spam the same move, which is very nice. Well, I'm going to have to change over to Sludge Wave soon, but.
Yeah, again, her Toxic still has dry skin, so we still have to make sure we're not using a water type move.
Still requires some moisturizer. Honestly, that's most of the reason why I feel the need to set up in this fight. Sometimes sometimes the ace isn't the problem. Sometimes it's just like one random Pokemon just along the way that's like, I don't have a good way to deal with this.
Yeah, so her ace is Grimmsnarl. It's a very dark type. So Sludge Wave is absolutely going to OHKO it.
Definitely one of my favorite Pokemon from this generation.
I'm a big fan of Grimmsnarl.
It was very good for VGC.
Yeah, it was,
What an absolute legend.
this prankster, good typing.
And it attacks that out the wazoo. 59. Jeez.
I probably could have gotten away with it too.
Yeah, like you
I
probably
don't think we
need to.
buy any.
Thank you, buy calciums.
I was wondering if we did or didn't. I think. Do we still?
I am.
I think so.
I'm not a highly static Crocodile.
Yeah.
Like, get away with not.
On my my screen right now, I'm about to verse one of my favorite characters, which is Dr. Graham.
Dr. Graham is just very tired.
He has his own TCG card, kind of.
Oh, he does.
He's in the Gardevoir alt art.
Oh, I remember that.
I just always remember it.
He's so tired. How
just wants to go home.
Yeah, how absolutely relatable. Just done with the night shift.
Yeah.
On his way home, and all of a sudden has to have a Pokemon battle because this one kid decided to show up.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so here's our last fight with Hop.
Number 8.
Yep.
Lucky.
No crits.
Number
no.
8.
Did you put choice specs back on?
I did.
Oops.
It's actually fine.
You should be okay.
It should be fine.
Yeah. I'm saving it for when I menu to...
Do the
You won't have
calciums,
to do
yeah.
special stuff anyway.
Well, I'll do it anyway. I'm going to give him calciums. And I'll use that...
No, but like, sorry, you want to swap between surf and stuff, I feel like, against
Yeah,
this
yeah.
fight.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Because you don't want to be locked into the sludge wave, that's for
Oh,
sure.
no. I will set up once, mostly for the Snorlax.
Yeah, the Cinderace isn't really going to be a problem because we do have Surf for it.
That's fine.
Yep, there's a super effective move used against us, so Hop will talk about it.
Yeah.
I think the pink urchin comes out next.
Should be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never mind.
Snorlax. Oh, yeah, it has.
Oh, high horsepower. Oh, stopping tantrum. One of those.
Yeah.
High horsepower.
It's okay.
Probably could have used. Should have used.
He's going to heal. But if you poison...
Just one of the things about this game. Mostly due to just negligence. I'm only at like 140 special attack, which is ew.
Oh, oops. Sorry. I accidentally did not input. Tried to run.
The amount of times I've tried to run in trainer battles, yeah, that's another thing. Just kind of mind doing its own thing. Honestly, a lot of the time when I'm doing this category, I'm also just like playing card games on my other monitor because there's a lot of downtime. And if I've already like routed, like everything is
during
already
the start.
yeah, if everything's already neatly laid out and ready to go, and I know what I need to do, my brain is literally elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like doing Sudoku, playing my other Pokemon on my other Switch. I'll just use super active, whatever. Can't be bothered.
Apparently, I do need to set up against mine. Interesting. I don't have any super effective against Grimmsnarl, I guess.
Yeah, you don't
So.
have super Pokemon.
Yeah, at this point, pretty much any time you see a Dynamax Pokemon, if you don't have something super effective, you're going to have to set up against it.
Yeah.
Normally just one X item.
One thing to note, not the G-Max form.
Yeah.
Because G-Max of the start is
Came
coming
out
into it
after-
later.
Yeah, they came
Yeah.
out after the game started.
Yeah.
Had come out. I think it was just before the DLC came out.
So yes. Would have been cool if they had them in earlier, but just like that fight would have been cool, but oh.
We see it in the what is it? The All-Star World.
Oh, Galarian Star
World
Battle.
Tour or whatever it's called.
Galarian
DLC
Star
for
Tournament.
That
Yeah.
one, the Galarian Star Tournament.
That's the one. That is a category and a half.
It certainly is.
It is essentially the 100% story of this game because there is this category, which is 80%, is essentially just get to the credits, but there's also post-game story, which there's a whole lot to go on with that. There is also the DLC story, which is the Isle of Armor. Then there's the Crown Tundra story. And once you've done all of that, you then unlock the Galarian Star Tournament. And when you beat that, that's when you get an extra credit scene.
They didn't speak to Hop, thankfully.
Yeah, we've gone through our qualification tournament. We beat Marnie, we beat Hop, and now we've
Beat all
qualified.
of the rivals, essentially.
Yeah, we've
They-
qualified for the main
yeah.
tournament.
They do a pre-tournament to then be able to fight in what we consider like the Elite Four.
Yeah, kind of a last chance qualifier.
Yeah, and then we take on the spot of where Opa would be because she's a bit too old to
Oh,
be coming to the tournament. Is basically the kind of
yeah.
thing that they say.
They've just got that tournament and then the champion to do,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
Yeah.
Nothing else in between.
oh,
No.
absolutely. It's not like we're going to have to faff about for about half an hour.
Half. Like 45 minutes.
Yeah, whatever. Who's counting? Yeah, so essentially what has happened is we were going to meet up with Leon for lunch, dinner, something, some kind of meal. but just hasn't shown up. And then, with all the noise that Hot was making, Piers is like,
I'm
"Kid,
sorry,
you are way too loud." What's up?
The live pod went for Snarl, but it missed.
Hey!
Oh, nice.
Which is super beneficial because I think I would have had to have set up again.
Yeah.
Just barely, but now I can just surf everything except for the top stroke. So
That works, yeah. Sometimes,
I don't have
just
to
get
mess
lucky.
around with a hydro pump.
yeah.
Although I would have hit it, of course.
Oh, of course. Always hit the 50-50s.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so this next section that I'm coming up to, where we're just having to do a bunch of chasing around of a guy who has the keys to something to get us into the battle tower so we can catch up with Leah?
Rose Tower, thank you.
Yes.
It's Rose's Tower.
But this is a section that causes a lot of trouble for a lot of Pokemon because this entire section
Steel types.
is just steel types all the way through. So electric, well not electric, poison, hates it. Ice, doesn't have a good time. Grass, not too good. Bug, ugh.
Normal doesn't have a very good time.
Yeah, there's a lot of types that don't have a good time in this section.
It's very hard to get a double move that'll be able to affect it as well.
True.
Earthquake is very good, but there is also a double battle that there is a levitate.
Yeah.
So Earthquake isn't the best.
Yeah. It's good for like 90% of it.
I mean, you still Earthquake because you can hit because the other one's the Q-Fan that uses Dig, and
Yeah.
Earthquake hits through Dig, so it's helpful.
So yeah, apparently we need to defeat this guy 3 times for him to give us the item that we're after. First 2 times he didn't feel like giving it to us. And here we get to buy some vitamins.
Not iron. Calcium.
So I believe both will be buying calciums. Calciums give 10 special attack EVs per item. And in this game at least, and I think a few others, you can actually use vitamins to go above 150 when you couldn't in the older games.
I'm so glad they made that change.
Yeah.
Made EV trading so much nicer.
So our special attack EVs will be maxed at this point, 252. So we've got the most special attack we can possibly get with the Pokemon that we've got.
Which, considering it's a Tentacruel, it's like, it's okay, but it's going to be enough to help us get through a lot of this later game. Well, it's enough to push us over some thresholds where it would otherwise be really annoying ranges that we have to deal with and have to do extra turns of setup. Some of these fights later on we can just blast through. Although there are going to be some fights that are going to be annoying. Like, as I mentioned, there is a couple of grass types that are going to be annoying for me because they are also steel types.
Yeah, but you should be fine, I think, overall, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think you'll be fine against the Ferrothorn.
The Ferroseed is going to be fine because it's what is it going to do? But the Ferrothorn later on,
It's going to be a little painful.
We'll see. Wait and see.
So yeah, this is a grass steel type. This completely, there we go. Completely immune to the poison type and resists the water type. But
Unless you had Corrosion. Yeah, Corrosion would be super effective.
yeah, but if you have corrosion, you're also a fire type because it's Salazzle, and you just use a fire move.
I think there's like one other yeah, next gen. Reverie has.
Oh, Reverie has it. Yeah.
It's Corrosion.
Forgot about that.
Use it on itself.
Yeah, we've done our 3 battles, and now we're being shuffled.
Able to actually continue the game.
Yeah, shuffled through, and we're going to cause a bit of a scene. Because why not?
I'm gonna have a little bit of a dance party.
Impromptu concert.
So yeah, you might have thought that Team Yell earlier was the evil team for this game, but in fact it's Macrocosmos.
Yeah. Team
That's
Yell are
the
just...
Team
literally
Yell's just
like,
there.
They're just football hooligans.
Yeah.
They're just really die-hard fans.
Exactly. Yeah, football hooligans. You've met football fans, right?
Yes. Of
Yeah.
course. I've been to the footy.
Yeah, we've been to the footy. There's some definitely passionate supporters.
Yeah. It's good to be passionate.
Yeah.
And
That
it's
is directed-
going to help us here.
Yeah.
We get stat boosts.
That is true. Along the way.
Oh, we had stat boosts from the last couple of fights in the against those three.
Yeah. There is another rare candy. Like once we get through this cutscene, there is another rare candy that can be
To
picked
the
up.
left?
Yeah, to the bottom left.
Yeah. There's a lot of rare
don't-
candies in this game.
There's two that are convenient, like in the route.
Yeah, that's certainly one of the quicker ones.
Yeah.
Because you can fly straight back to Rose Tower after picking it up.
And it'll just essentially transport us all the way over, so you don't really lose time at all for going to grab it. But I don't think we need the extra power boost, so we're not going to really bother with it. Piers always looks so tired.
I would be too.
Yeah.
We've
I think
seen
that's
how
why
loud that city is.
I think that's why I relate to him so much. Just so constantly tired. And also the hair being in absolute state.
Do you think Piers also needs coffee 24/7?
Possibly.
Probably.
Yeah, we're getting towards the end there. we're still banging on. Yeah, the last of the double battles. Well, not this one, but soon. When we get
Last set
onto
of,
the
set of
big-
double battles that we have to
the big
do.
elevator with the weirdly Sonic-like music. Like every time I hear it, it's like this is definitely from a Sonic game. And then at the top of the tower, we fight Oleana, who has a very, like, one of the more
She has
interesting
the
teams.
cutest Pokemon.
Absolutely. I love her team.
Yeah.
And it's very...
Her ace
narratively, I think it's
her
incredible.
ace is pretty cute though.
Yeah. I think
Definitely one of my favorites.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Her team is meant to be kind of like just cute.
Yeah, it's cute, gorgeous.
Cute, pretty. Yeah. What? She's got a Frostlass, Serena,
Melodic.
Salazzle, Melodic, and Garbodor.
Garbodor. Yeah, it's the Garbodor right at the end.
Yeah.
Just no bit around the bush for that one. It's all these lovely...
I have to say,
very-
G-Max Garbodor is one of my favorite
It is
G-Maxes.
He's got a little toy,
like a toy ship.
yeah, a little boat.
So yeah, this Bronzong is annoying. It is way bulkier than it
probably should be.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And it is so tough for so many Pokemon to deal with this fight in a single turn, or even 2 turns. But thankfully, Surf is good.
Yeah, there's definitely some Pokemon that are we considered really good that definitely take at least a couple turns to take out that Bronzong. Because they just don't have any way of dealing with it.
Yeah.
Steel Psychic is a surprisingly strong type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Crocodile, which is arguably the best Pokemon for this category, can deal with
Has
the punch. Oh, Darkest Lariat, even better.
That's her.
Yep.
So yeah, Crocodile, definitely one of the best. Tyrantrum is very high up there, and Flygon as well, very high up there. There's a lot of Pokemon that use Earthquake.
Yeah.
And then also a bunch of Pokemon that use Surf, like Starmie,
Yeah, I was
Tentacruel.
going to say, early on, a lot of people thought Starmie would be the way.
It is still incredibly
It's
good.
pretty good.
Yeah, Starmie was definitely one of the first Pokemon that I routed for this. Yeah, Starmie, and then Crocodile was determined to be one of the best pretty quickly.
And it kind of had the perfect storm. Alright, cool.
I got very lucky that they gave it the ability that doesn't trigger at the start of every fight, because
Yeah,
the two other
Moxie.
abilities it has is, yeah, Moxie and Intimidate.
Yeah.
Both
It
of
is
which
like
are not
The stars
good.
align for Crocodile to be really good for this category in particular, because yes, its moves that it comes with, perfect. The moves that you can teach it, perfect. You get Earthquake, you get Thrash, you get Darkest Lariat. That's literally the only 3 moves you need to use. its ability, very, very unassuming. You don't have to interact with it whatsoever. The other two would have been annoying and made it much worse. And it's like, the comments, like, every now and then I've had the comment of, oh, it would have been cool if it had Moxie so you wouldn't have to set up on a whole bunch of fights. And then the comment is like, well, then you're also having to deal with all the Moxie boosts.
Every kill it has to go up.
In every fight.
Unless it finishes the fight.
Yes.
If it's the final one, it doesn't trigger the ability.
Yeah, and there's a lot of fights where you don't need that attack boost. And you would still be getting that boost. So it's actually beneficial to not... Okay, I'm getting all the crits now.
And the doubles caused enough problems in the previous runs.
Yeah. Yeah. There's some Pokemon for this category where the stars definitely align when it comes to the ability that they gave them, the moves that they gave them, and everything around it just working. Some of them kind of a little bit rough.
Yeah.
And that also goes back to the whole technical machine, technical record split, because a lot of the really good moves are locked behind technical records, which are way less convenient to get, especially in a speedrun setting. She's popping off. Did you go to the other side of the...
Yeah, I did a few loops. I boosted, unfortunately. Was not the right idea.
I've definitely done that before.
Yeah. Now, because we have the choice backs, we have a choice between either using Surf or Sludge Wave. And for this, because the Garbodor is the big chunky one to deal with, Surf is going to be the option we go with, but it does mean that there are going to be some of these Pokemon that are a bit more awkward to get through.
Like the Milotic in this arena.
Yeah, because Milotic is pretty damn bulky.
Surprised? Yeah. I'm surprised that the Salazzle came out second.
Yeah. I could set up. Should be fine. I mostly did not want to set up against Salazzle because it can use Toxic.
Yeah.
And, like, yes, we're a poison type, we can't be poisoned. It was like, well, Salazzle says, nah.
Apparently we do have to set up with Suicune against Soliana. Makes sense.
The Milotic is a big issue with it.
You don't have
Extra
stat
sensory.
boost. Yeah. See, that thing is bulky. But it doesn't matter because it only uses Aqua Ring, which doesn't do anything really.
Nothing in this fight.
The good thing is that every single time this Milotic has a turn, it will use Aqua Ring first turn. If it gets turns after that, it tends to just spam Surf.
Yeah, there are some Pokemon in this game that are much easier to set up on than others because there's a consistent pattern where they will use a particular move or like some kind of setup for themselves, and it allows us to get set up likewise and make the fight much easier.
Absolutely, you'll see that with Suicune on Raihan as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to spam Surf on that fight. And there's the Garbodor with the complete with toy rocket ship, toy plane, everything.
For Raihan, it's probably Surf until Goodra and then set up.
Yeah, so the Goodra comes out second and it'll set up Rain Dance almost every single time.
Yeah, because it wants to use...
It wants to use Thunder and it wants to guarantee the hit.
Yeah. And one thing that is pretty consistent when it comes to fighting Ryan is that the second Pokemon he'll send out will want to set up a different weather because pretty much all of his Pokemon have a way to set up a type of weather.
Yeah. And I think, especially with the fact that we are water type, we definitely want to hit that rain instead.
Oh, yeah.
Getting the extra, what is it, like 50% boost?
It's pretty chunky.
Yeah.
It helps.
And you're also taking away the sun from decreasing your power as well.
Which is exactly the thing that's like
it's a big swing.
Us.
It's a big old swing of damage.
Yeah, thankfully Torkoal does die to a Surf.
Thankfully, that is more of a physical wall than a special one.
The little tortoise.
I do need to set up here. I was like, oh, I can just use Surf and then Sludge Wave. No, I got a choice item. And I can't use Sludge Wave against the Mawile because it's a Steel type.
Yep.
Also, I am going to quickly grab an X-Speed, which is in the car park here.
Yep. Very conveniently.
Right, yep. And that is for the very final fight because even though, yes, I'm already faster than most of the Pokemon in the game, I'm not
faster
going
than
to be
Dragon Ball.
Yeah, not faster than Dragon Ball, and I'm also probably not going to be using the Tentacruel to fight Leon at the end. I'm probably just going to use...
Would it be good? Maybe.
I'd have to take off the choice item.
No.
Yeah, it would. Just to kill the Rillaboom. I think that's the big one.
No, I think seeing as you're still going to be setting up an X special and an X speed on that fight regardless, you'd want to use Eternatus anyway. It's just more consistent.
And that's essentially what it comes down to when it comes to... when the question comes up of, will I be using these Pokemon that I've been running the past few hours with? Will I be using this for the Leon fight? And the way to answer that is...
No.
Often, no. Often it comes down to...
There's a few that are fine to do it with.
Yeah, it's...
yeah.
Can you do it with
Without setting up.
as much or less setup than what you do
Which
with
is
the
just
Eternatus?
2 items, essentially.
Yeah, 2 turns of setup. And can you do it safely? So will it work? Can you set up without falling over to the Aegislash?
Did we do Eternatus for Crook?
I think so.
I think so, yeah, because you end up setting up the same amount of items still.
Yeah.
Galvantula, Starmie, and I think Alolan Raichu can all do
Yeah.
Leon
Raichu
by
can be a little bit
themselves.
scary because...
Alolan Raichu is a little scary, but yeah, it can
the
do it.
Shadow Ball. Because most of it, it's like, are you faster than the Dragon Ball? If yes, alright, you can probably take a turn off.
Yeah. But there's always the chance that the Aegislash at the start just goes for King Shield.
Yeah.
So if you can kill through King Shield, you're fine. Or rather, through, like, non-offensive.
Yeah. Shield stance.
Yes, there we go.
So yeah, Beat's become a fairy trainer now.
Yeah, is now the protege of Opal.
Yeah. It still has some psychics.
It's very convenient that there's a lot of Psychic Fairy overlap.
Yeah. And it
Absolutely.
just so happens that the ones that he had also overlap. Like
Yep.
his Ponytail that's now a Rapidash.
And the Hatterene is now the
Hatterene.
Hatterene, yeah.
Does it still have anticipation?
I think so.
I believe so, yes.
So it's going to trigger.
We'll find out soon enough. Yep.
Yep, there we go.
Optimally, you do not have a super effective move against them, but sometimes you just kind of need that.
Yeah.
You don't really have much of a choice in the matter.
Yeah, a lot of Pokemon end up with a Dark type coverage move just to try and deal with the Corviknight and other Steel types. Just because Steel doesn't resist that, but tends to resist a lot of other things.
Yeah. Yeah, we're back into the Dynamax era of very loud cries. So.
Yep.
Okay. Now we get into the tournament proper. I think we use Surf against Neto, right?
Oh,
Just
yeah.
set up once and then Surf.
Yeah.
I like
The
it.
Galissapod's the hard part, because like if you don't one-shot it,
Oh, it'll just
It'll just eventually
it'll
exit
go
and then
out
you
it'll
You just have to do it.
do it again.
yeah,
do
but
it.
if she full heals it and brings it back out, then it's like another situation. It happens. You know, experience, but
Yeah. So we are going to be fighting some of the gym leaders that we fought earlier. It's going to be Nessa, and then for me, it's going to be Alistar. For Bree, it's going to be B. And then it's going to be Ryan. And
And then Leon fight.
then Leon. Yeah,
yeah, just Leon.
just Leon.
Nothing else.
There's certainly not another 3 fights before that.
Exactly. So yeah, Glossopod, Bit chunky, does decent amount of damage.
It does.
Yeah,
You can also
first
set up
impression
sword
doesn't
stance, which can start to get pretty scary because it starts increasing its attack quite a bit.
Yeah.
Speaking of,
But on the plus side, it is very nice if you're already pretty comfortable in setting up, because it is a move that does pretty much nothing. It doesn't hit you, so you don't get the extra animation of you losing the health and all that kind of stuff. So them using a status move is actually quite nice. Barrascuda, the only Pokemon outside of Leon that you have to like, that is the fastest Pokemon outside of Leon. So being faster than that, you're pretty damn happy. And now with the Pelipper out here, we have
Elephant
Rain.
before Seeking.
Oh yeah, the Seeking's going to be faster than me, but it's similar to what we're like with the Melodic. It's just going to set up Aqua Ring. We don't have to worry about it. It's not going to do much. Unless it uses, like, what, Supersonic? Does it have that?
I'm not
Probably.
sure. I never really looked at Seeking's move pool. It normally doesn't matter.
I'm just happy it doesn't have its hidden ability.
Oh, yeah.
Lightning Rod.
Oh, yeah, that would make this entire fight much more awkward for a lot of electric fights. Because
Yep.
there's
That's
so-
great.
It's very dead now.
very much.
Because we have the rain now as well to boost our water moves even more.
But yes, Raichu would have a bit of a hard time.
Much harder time, because there's actually, like, so many of the electric types just
Galvantula.
run through this without any issue.
Yeah. Didene's pretty good.
Didene's actually pretty good, yeah. And as you can tell from that, mostly special attackers when it comes to electric. Physical special attackers,
Yeah.
not as good.
There's not a lot of physical special attack. Electric attackers.
The one I'm thinking of is Togedemaru.
Yes. But it's not good for other reasons.
Exactly. Then there's also like Manectric,
Oh, Manectric's
Bolton.
okay.
Bolton.
Bolton's just speed though.
Yeah, it's just over-indexed.
Fast.
Yeah, that's Nessa. Very fade. What am I doing against?
Alistar.
Alistair's
I don't know,
leading with
probably winning.
Dusknoir.
Do you think I need to set up once?
I think I need an X
Yeah.
special.
Then I will have to use the
Oh,
guard spec.
he's spec though.
Is there anything particularly? There's nothing really fast on Alistair.
No.
There's nothing particular. Well,
Anything would be Gengar.
yeah, the Gengar would probably be fast.
No. Surely not.
I'll set up just to be safe. I don't want to get hit by anything. And the Dusknoir that Alistair lays out first is not really threatening. It can just be annoying. Whereas the whole Lucha that Breefree is going to deal with, that can get dangerous for some Pokemon.
I don't even know if we have this.
It can get dangerous and can get slow.
Yeah.
Bree's picking up the X speed again as well.
Yep. Chose an odd career path. I want to hide, but sure, I'll stand in the middle of this stadium with a lot of people. I honestly relate to that a lot.
Yeah, the guard spec that we're using here, guard specs have one use for them. They make it so that anytime you'd have a stat reduced, it does not get reduced. Which is very helpful here, and will be very helpful in one more fight later on.
Yes.
Because the guard spec also doesn't just apply to you, it applies to any allies on the field.
Correct.
Chandelure probably would have been fine to set up an X special.
Hmm? What was that?
Chandelure would probably be fine to set up an X special against.
Possibly, but I'm also not sure about the damage calc against the Dusknoir itself, because
Yeah.
that thing is bulky.
It is very bulky, yes.
Which also makes it a little bit awkward. Poltergeist can use Protect. It doesn't. Lovely.
It's probably gone for Shell Smash. It doesn't even have Shell Smash. Pretty sure.
Yeah, Alistar can have, like, some of his Pokemon are actually pretty bulky, so outside of the Gengar.
Yeah.
So the Dust Noir can be bulky, the Cursola can be very bulky as well. So a lot of the time you want to be setting up, it's not necessarily for the Gengar itself, it's for the Pokemon around it.
Yeah, like much like with Gordy for myself, you try and set up solely because of the shuffle, not because of the Colossal.
Yeah. But we get to see the Funhouse again.
Yep, we certainly do.
That Mawile can actually be pretty scary for some Pokemon.
Yes, absolutely.
Because it has Intimidate, so you kind of need to set up.
It also has Play Rough, so it can keep dropping your attack as well.
Exactly. And also Crunch, so it can drop your defense. And if you're already weak to it,
Yeah, so while Mawile doesn't have the highest attack stat, it can in fact be quite threatening to particularly fighting types.
We only have one more Hydro Pump for the run, so see how that goes.
yeah.
It's against the Ferrothorn.
Oh, lovely. Power Whip won't do much.
It'll be fine. It won't matter, we'll hit it anyway.
Okay, in the tournament, Piers end up losing to Ryan because he doesn't use
Because he
Dynamax.
doesn't Dynamax.
Yep,
He also doesn't have a Pokemon with Gigantamax,
that's true.
which is upsetting because then we would have had a Gigantamax Obstagoon, which would have been
That
cool.
would have been so cool. I
Would've been
love
very
Obstagoon.
cool.
I love Obstagoon so much. The shiny is one of the best.
Oh yeah,
Two-faced
the
Obstagoon.
color scheme just works really well.
Yeah, for sure.
Fits the Rockstar image, you know.
Alrighty. This fight can be so awkward.
I mean, also Raihan's meant to be the second best trainer in all of Galar.
Yeah.
His only other loss to quote unquote
The champ.
Leon.
Yeah.
They were like best friends or something.
They were roommates.
They probably were.
Yeah, Raihan gets to continue his tradition of weather.
Yeah.
It's a Torkoal and then just dragons of various weather formations.
Yeah.
Torkoal is my favorite dragon though. He just predicted terrestrialization.
True. Thankfully, Surf gets through that. The Torkoal also has Yawn, so trying to set up on it can be very annoying.
Yeah, it also has Lava Plume and Solar Beam. Solar Beam can be very scary for water type Pokemon. It's a very strong move, and then with the Sun Up, it also happens every turn.
Huh?
Huh?
What did it do?
It just went
It just went for Thunder and it hit.
Yeah, so it must be.
Oh, thank God it went for the Rain Dance.
Yeah, so Thunder in the
lucky.
Sun is a 50%
I think you would have been
chance.
very much in the deep end otherwise.
I would have just done it back to myself and just
Yeah, gone for Max Geyser.
yeah.
It would have lost the time.
It would have.
I'm hoping that I get a Sword Sense.
We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, most of the time it will go for the Rain Dance.
I've had it muddy water me, and I've lowered my accuracy, and I've had a longer fight because of it. So.
Yeah.
Most of the time when it doesn't go for Rain Dance, it'll be because it pre-rolled a crit.
Yeah. And the crit in that case is the accuracy drop. Probably. So we should be fine for the rest of this fight. We have the damage, we have the rain set up, so we do a significant amount of damage to...
And the skyscraper is just, yeah, it's just a skyscraper.
Yeah. Duraludon, not the most bulk when it comes to special defense. It is a physical wall, though.
But it feels like a lot of physical stuff that you'd be using, like ground and
Yeah.
fighting. I mean, it's going to be super effective anyway.
Correct.
So
And that's another reason why, when I was mentioning earlier, physical attackers kind of have to reach a higher benchmark than special attackers because there's so many more physical walls later on in the game that you need that little extra. Whereas for special attackers, the ones you need to deal with are like the Melodic, the Gudra, and like the Alchemy earlier on, which is not too bad.
That's the Elite Four defeated.
And that is the Elite Four.
of which one of them has been.
Correct, yeah.
Otherwise, it would have been the Elite Three.
It really would have. But I do like how they did it narratively.
Yeah, I mean, it
With the whole
fits-
tournament. It
everything.
fits the whole vibe and aesthetic.
Like, yeah, we'll bring up our actual aces now.
Yeah.
Wow, wow.
And if we had the movies for this game on, we would see a lot more of what's going on with all
That
this.
is something that we didn't bring up. So we did turn off movies at the start, and some people might have noticed whenever we biked into a town, we got pulled off the bike. The reason being because there's meant to be a movie that shows us walking. That's why you'll see us like go into a town and we're just off the bike for no reason.
Yeah.
Inconvenient, but
better than watching the movies.
yeah, better than watching the movies. They take a very long period of time. I think total at least 30 minutes for all of them.
Didn't realize it was that much. Gee.
Yeah.
Well, you've got a movie right here. We're just talking about that. We're going to skip in a sec, and it's going to make the lore very confusing because you have no idea what's happening.
Hell.
We're going to get ready to battle. But wait, what's going on the screen? And we cross cut to us just retreating. We're just like, no. An angry face Leon.
Someone like kicked a soccer ball into the field.
Yeah,
like, what's
like,
that?
What
That's not Pokemon. That's not a Pokeball.
It's like, what do you think this is, a football field? Bloody hell.
Apparently I do set up against the whole Lucha, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah. I mean, you're not at risk of just like falling over.
Oh yeah, no.
Like, the Suicune is bulky.
Oh yeah. We'll see if it misses the high jump kick.
I prefer to go high jump kick than bounce.
Hoping.
So yeah, we are now we're now going to go and help Leon by going into a forest that last time we went there we fainted. So
That'll be fine.
this time it'll be fine, right?
How many squabbers do you think I'm going to run into?
None. No squabbers.
One.
One Galarian Wheezing.
But
And one Corviknight spawned on your face.
This can be like a bit of an awkward little
Area.
Section to try
Especially
and bike through.
biking. Yeah, biking specifically. Walking, you can get around a few things.
Oh yeah.
I've last time I did this, I went the long way and managed to dodge everything, but whether or not that saved time, kind of. I mean, if you don't get an encounter,
That's usually the harder part, honestly.
Yeah.
Because it is essentially a side scroller, it is very
Yeah.
easy to just not
and
see.
there's so many small. There we go. Told ya. It's always the Galarian Wheezing.
I usually run into all beetles because I just don't notice them.
There's always either Galarian Wheezing or a Corviknight in this corridor here.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh,
Oh, we're good.
yep.
That's a lot of wheezing.
Sometimes I go like the further left path just
Yeah.
to dodge it a bit more. Especially if you see like a giant Corviknight in the middle of that
Corviknights
road.
are so huge, they cover the entire corridor.
Yeah.
I love the Pokemon thing.
I mean, they are the carrying Pokemon.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to the
Yeah.
next town, you
It
know?
causes gridlock.
I mean, you also have one benefit of Hop very shortly as well.
Oh yeah, it helps us
The
get out
one
of here.
singular benefit.
And he becomes our flying taxi, thankfully.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's a taxi in and of
Because you
himself.
can't fly out of this area, I think.
You cannot.
Yeah, and Hop is just like, let me get us all the way back to Hammerlock.
I believe escape rope works,
The one use for escape rope.
but it's just not
just
fast
at the
enough.
back of the start of, yeah. Lore stuff is happening. We have found the fabled sword and shield.
The slumbering world.
Yeah.
May I ask a question?
Absolutely.
How much has this game changed if there's been like patches and stuff from like beginning of the game till now?
So a lot of the time the patches didn't actually affect it too much. With the DLC added, the first DLC, Isle of Armor, had a companion patch with it that every game received. When they received it, it added a lot of lag on bag usage. So adds about a second every time you open and close the bag, which actually had people theorize that There's an alternate route for any percent sword that uses a game trade whimsicott called Candy Floss. And people theorize that maybe that one was better because you actually end up using Nasty Plot a lot of the time for your setup early in the game and a little bit later, rather than using X items, which would open the bag. But realistically, Sobble is still faster. It didn't change the route at all in the end. But the Candy Floss route is still very much a fast route. It's very much in contention, but Sobble's still that minute faster.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
By and large, the DLCs haven't changed too much in regards to the regular 80% route. This 80% with DLC, it's its own category because it is
I got the rain dance.
Yeah. Oh, you got the rain dance too?
Yeah,
Oh,
so I'm
nice.
good. I'm set.
Yeah, you didn't get hit by the raw thunder.
Additionally, like with each DLC, we've had additional stuff. So the Isle of Armor, originally you would go through certain ways, but now we go into the secondary DLC, which came out later, to get candies so that we could level up a bit faster.
Crown Tundra definitely helped a lot of categories.
Yeah, I think it opened up the beginner-friendly side of things. This game is very beginner-friendly. Everything's it's just a very simpler kind of version of the alternate Pokemon games. It's very easy to route and work around, I feel like, in comparison to pretty much any other
A lot of the previous
games.
ones, like they can be a little bit daunting, and a little bit tighter when it comes to like trying to get it to work. Like this category, there's a lot of leeway because you could see the amount of times throughout this run where it's like, will this get the knockout? Who cares? We'll just let that rip.
We're
Whatever.
usually pretty fine with things. Like Raihan at the moment still only has level 55, and what, you started with the 65, I started with the 70 basically, so we're still higher at that point. So
This Escavalier has a move called Drill Run, which would have been super effective, so I'm very happy that it didn't use it.
yes.
Do we need to set up again? No, actually, probably. I'm mostly thinking about the Ferrothorn.
Ferrothorn's going to be your problem now.
Yes.
It might be a two-shot.
It might just be a two-shot, but it should be fine.
What is it going to do to you?
Power Whip,
It's neutral.
which is neutral, so you should be fine.
Yeah. Nice, sturdy.
Yeah.
Does he not heal?
No.
No, he doesn't heal.
A lot of the later trainers don't.
Something I haven't paid attention to.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Oleana heals either.
No, she doesn't. The amount of times I've dropped the melodic down to a very small amount.
Macrocosmos players just, no.
Nah.
Don't care about it.
One thing that's also quite nice for how this is played out, you take how much health you have into the next battle. So if you have taken a lot of damage, and the next battle can be a little bit scary for some Pokemon.
Yeah, if you get knocked out in the next battle, you lose a lot of time.
Thankfully, I'm very specially bulky.
Thankfully, I can one-shot it.
Oh yeah, you can. Ugh.
I have a super effective move.
I guess I just...
So,
Actually,
well,
Sludge Wave is more powerful.
Is it?
Sludge Wave is 95.
Yeah, true.
And both of them are like
Resist.
half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both of them resisted, yeah.
Yeah, but Hydro fast. It would. It would work.
I mean, I'm going to set up a turn regardless.
Oh, really?
There's no reason not to.
I'm pretty safe. Like, unless I was a little bit worried about just falling over. Because, what does it have? Okay, one thing that's really kind of awkward, like routing-wise, when it comes to this Eternatus. So it has 4 moves. Dragon Pulse, Dynamax Cannon, Cross Poison, and Flamethrower.
Yeah. Flamethrower is very useful.
It is. One thing that's awkward about this Eternatus is also the fact that it chooses randomly what move to use, whereas so much of the game, like,
Yep, it is a wild It's considered a wild Pokemon
Yeah.
for the AI, so it does have a 25% chance of using any move.
so 95% of this run, we can be pretty sure of the moves and the decisions that the AI is going to be making. So we can kind of account for a lot of the variables. Like, we didn't really account for the bloody thunder hitting, but sure. But Eternatus, sometimes it will use a move that you're immune to. Other times, it will knock out your Tyrantrum when you're on PB pace with a Dynamax Cannon. Because it rolled the 1 in 4.
Yep.
So yeah, this is a movie that we can't skip.
Yeah.
He uses a regular Pokeball. I mean, I
He does,
appreciate
yeah.
the gumption.
Yeah, but we also use regular Pokemon.
If only after Dynamax.
I could just use a quick
Yeah,
ball.
I hit the Squabble this time.
Hey.
I won't hit the Wheezing though.
What about a Corviknight?
We don't talk about the Corviknights. They just want to taxi me back.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is Eternatus Phase 1.
So Eternatus is a dragon poison type. I think the first legendary poison type.
Not even
No.
count Ultra Beasts.
Yeah, Ultra Beast then. Yeah. Well, Arceus.
Arceus came after this.
No, like actual Arceus.
Oh, actual Arceus.
It can be poison. It can be whatever he wants.
Yeah, it can be whatever. But as a base form,
Dodge.
so it will resist pretty much all of our moves. Whoop, kind of.
I rang the bike a few times. Out of fear.
So yeah, it resists all our moves, so I felt the need to set up, and you could see that even though I was at +2 and I'm using the choice specs, which boosts my power so much more, it took 2 hits to get through it.
Yeah. It takes a minute.
You'll be fine. You've got a psychic.
Oh yeah, I'll one-shot it for sure.
And that is also, like, some of the really good Pokemon
Hey,
just
dog.
had these little holes in their type coverage.
Okay, is that the dog from your game?
Yeah.
It's crazy. How did it end up in mine?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same. It's like,
That's really strange.
why is this Arshin here?
Well, you know its name?
Shit.
It's question mark, question mark,
Mine's-
question
mine's a
mark.
bunch of question marks.
Whoops.
Was that part of the lore that I missed?
Let's say yes.
Yeah, sure.
Probably.
So yeah, this is the second phase of Eternatus where we're not allowed to do anything.
Yeah. You've got, yeah, phase 3.
It takes a little bit.
It does. And then we get to see another cutscene that we can't skip.
It's a lot of hop, like every turn hop being like, coming to the realization, oh yeah, we have something for this, don't we?
Yep.
Just this random rusty sword and shield that we found in like,
Like literally a second ago?
yeah, it's like this
Yeah.
thing? Is this a thing that we can use? I suppose so. What's it going to do? Who knows? But it's going to do a thing.
And now the dogs are here. Coming back from the grave.
Yeah.
Quite literally. Oh, I forgot to pick up the shield. I picked up the sword. That's rough.
Yeah.
That is pretty rough.
The shield is better.
Yeah. I mean, it's paying out for you right now.
It is working.
I don't know if mine will work.
The dog's theme is very good.
It is good. It's very, very cool. And, very fun, and we just have to sit here and let it happen. We're just like, all right. It's very, very cool the like the first few times, and then by the 100th run, it's like, okay.
Come on. Let's skip the fanfare. Get to it.
Let's get to the fight. I'm on PB pace, please. Actually, no. Nah, we're good. Not even close.
No.
Locta's like, I've been doing all right. I mean, I did get a Nita skips somehow. All these abilities.
You didn't have
Certainly.
the best special attack ensemble though.
So yeah, this is a big use of guard spec. This Eternatus likes to use Max Wormwind. Max Wormwind is a move that decides to lower the attack stat of all Pokemon on your side of the field, which we really don't want. We want these dogs to be doing as much damage as they can. The fight ends up being pretty scripted. Generally, it will attack either yourself or Hop. then it will attack one of the dogs, then it'll attack yourself or hop again.
We don't really, like, with this Pokemon, we don't really...
You're not really doing a whole lot.
And especially now that the sun is set up, we're just like, well, we're here to just have a good time.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're also locked in.
I mean,
And
what
missed.
else am I going to use?
That was probably the best.
Yeah, it's like, what else am I going to use? I don't want to use Surf and hit my allies. I don't want to use Sludge Wave. Well, actually, no, it would have done nothing for him.
Sludge Wave would only hit Hop, which is fine. He's not doing anything either.
That would have actually been good because it would have got the Snorlax in quicker.
Yeah.
And that has a super effective move.
Now, this was really good that the stat reset happened after the fight.
Yeah.
The Dynamax Pokemon can reset the
does no
stat
damage, but it's still
at any
something.
point. And then Guard Spec doesn't block it.
All right, we have one more Hydro Pump right here.
Yeah. Oh, for the Ferrothorn?
Yep. So let's see if we hit it.
That was a pretty quick Eternatus.
Pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, I'd be happy with
I've
that.
had much worse. Oh, that's a Surf. Oops. Ah, you're fine.
No. I hit the sturdy.
Ah, you're fine. The dangers of Turbo.
Yeah, well, I'm turboing 2 buttons now. By accident.
Super Turbo. We're going Street Fighter style.
I can put a third in.
But wait, there's more.
I could
go
turbo B.
Yeah, to go even further beyond.
Yeah. Okay. Didn't need to hit the Hydro.
I think the best part about this the dog's theme being so good is that when you fight them in post game, they have no music
sound.
at all. There is nothing.
Oh yeah, it's so weird.
It's completely silent.
Very strange.
So we have caught the Eternatus.
Yep.
Everything has been saved. And the dogs now leave to go terrorize VGC and Pokemon Unite.
Just VGC, and it's just Station.
No, Zacian definitely was...
Zamazenta kind of didn't do a lot,
Oh, yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah, when I say go terrorize VGC and Pokemon Unite, I definitely meant just Zacian.
Yeah.
Zamazenta, as much as I love it, didn't necessarily...
It didn't have body press this generation.
Yeah, it was a little
It
weird.
got body press in Scarlet and Violet, but it's just not enough.
Yeah. I still prefer Zamazenta. I was just a little bit sad that
Yeah.
Zacian's power kind of just overshadowed it just a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. Now that everything has been saved, Rose has headed himself to the officials because we've kind of dealt with all that.
Possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Something about being corrupt and trying to destroy the world.
trying to bring about the end of days. You know, the,
Literally.
the classic Pokemon storyline.
Literally the end of days.
Remember, do not give the choice specs to the Eternatus. I
Yeah,
have
please
done
don't do that.
I have done that in the past and wondered why things went poorly.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you cannot Dynamax the Eternatus.
Yeah. The two dogs, Zacian and Zamazenta, and also Eternatus, they are very powerful, but it balanced by the fact that they cannot use Dynamax.
For people that don't know, the reason why they're very powerful is they all have a move that deals double damage if the Pokemon that you're attacking is Dynamaxed. So it's to kind of balance. The overall idea of Dynamaxing.
So we have our final fight with Leon,
Yeah, we're finally here.
and we have brought Eternatus with us.
Yeah.
He actually has an extra text box because
He
we have brought Eternatus with us. However, it's completely worth it because Eternatus makes this fight insanely free.
It is incredibly consistent. There can be some awkward ranges if we do end up hitting them. I'm going to be...
You have to have the worst Eternatus imaginable to get those. Like,
Bad special attack, I think it is.
Hey,
yes.
who knows what can happen.
Minimum special attack it has to be. And then it's a range.
I've been burned in the past, I'll say. It was a really good Persimmon run as well. It was going so well, and then it turned to the side to show its ugly head. And
I see we both had pressure though.
no, you.
Oh, it was faster.
Ah, you're fine.
That's not too surprising.
Attack. I did not want to throw a Pokeball. I was... Oh.
Okay.
It can get a little bit scary with Can it really get a stat drop? It didn't, so we're fine.
Ideally, you see an attack here from the Aegislash. Perfect. Because this way it will not use King Shield this turn.
I probably could have used Extreme Speed. That would have killed it.
Yeah, fine.
I had to heal. It was 20 HP.
So yeah, the way the smart AI works is that whenever it sees a kill, it goes for kill. So because we were within kill range of Flash Cannon there, it doesn't use King Shield and lose us another turn.
Thankfully, we didn't get a special defense drop from the initial Shadow Ball, because if that had happened...
It would have been a bit scary, absolutely.
Yeah, it would have been much scarier. And that has actually caused some very
Would've been
awkward
stuck for a bit.
situations. Yeah.
Which might be my case.
Now you're fine.
Maybe.
Yeah, Dynamax Cannon, just an incredibly powerful move. We can blast it against most of the Pokemon. We are going to switch to using Flamethrower against this. They have a Rillaboom because specifically we chose Sobble at the start. And is
One of the like
easiest to deal
three
with.
changes I think that they get
Yeah.
is Rillaboom.
They have a Mr.
They would have a
Rhyme.
Mr. Rhyme instead of the
Rhydon?
Rhyperior.
Like the Rhyperior, yeah.
And then the Haxorus would have been something else as well, I think.
I can't remember.
The Rhyperior becomes a Seismitoad, depending on...
He gets a Seismitoad?
Yeah.
It depends on the starter you chose. So it's the starter that changes and the Rhyperior changes as well.
Yeah. Alright. One last Pokemon, and essentially once we fade to black at the end of this, that is going to be time. Thankfully, Dynamax Cannon, as mentioned, does double damage to Pokemon that are Dynamax, so it doesn't... like, it
It
Dynamax
very much
doesn't
will
really...
destroy the Charizard.
Yeah. Unless I do hit, like, some really dodgy range.
No, I don't think you have. Otherwise you would have it.
Oh, I didn't look at my numbers. It is possible, but incredibly unlikely to miss a range here. See, it's fine.
Perfect. And no crit on Leon and no crit on Hop.
Yeah, no crit either. It's also wonderful.
Yeah, same so far.
Yeah. All right, so
It's got to talk a bit.
yeah, he's gonna throw his hat around, say congratulations, and time.
Fine.
And now it is.
Bad.
We got to see the end credits.
Yep, you get to see the cursor.
One thing.
Yeah, there is a cursor in the end credits.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Like a proper mouse cursor will fly across the screen at some point.
Yeah. One thing that I do like about doing the Japanese category is that time ends at the end of the credits, and that allows us to see the Wooloo at the end.
Ah, yes. the Wooloo that come across the screen.
Yeah. That is one of my favorite parts of it. Yeah, that was a pretty good run.
That
bad.
was a very good run.
406? God damn.
Yes.
Pretty happy with that one. I think my PB is a 401 at the moment.
I think so as well.
Yeah. Can't remember what that was with, but I've done this run with so many different Pokemon. It's some of them really not good. But you know, just go through the similar motions. Thankfully, you have a better move for assisting in this fight.
I mean, it's mostly just getting Zation and Zamazenta to do something.
Yeah.
Like if I had a powerhouse, like the Howl would help.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Well, that's one thing I really like about running with, like, say, a Alolan Raichu.
Yeah.
Really powerful Psychic, just blast through that.
Yes.
Got unlucky with the stat reset happening
Yeah.
here.
Unfortunately, got
Didn't
that
last
very
one more
early.
turn.
Unless there's a crit.
Yeah.
Need to be a few crits. But
Ideally, Zacian and or Zamazenta get a crit or two, just to... You can see the difference in the amount of damage that it would end up doing.
would be the 3, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
Silly double.
Yeah. One more. the bash.
There we go.
Lovely.
Done. Nice.
And they just have the Leon fight.
Yeah. Hopefully it goes as smoothly.
It's very rare for anything bad to happen on the Leon fight.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll go fine. Nothing will go wrong. It won't, like, crit Shadow Ball with the defense drop.
Please don't put that into
Hey.
to a possibility.
I do usually prefer if the Aegis Slash attacks first because it's a little bit neater, but it's also scarier.
Wait, you got a 405? Was that it?
406.
406.
Just.
That's really good considering, because you went all the way to Suicune as well.
You had a really bad
yeah, I
deck.
did actually.
Yeah.
It was a round 2 Tentacruel and all the way through to Suicune. And that also goes to show that with this category, having a good
Anything can
adventure,
happen.
having a good adventure can set you up incredibly well.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Hitting a Nita skip also helps with that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the skip was insane.
That is. I try that in every
We will all
run.
be going back and clipping that.
I have tried that in like 100 different runs, and I've gotten it.
Now.
Yeah, like the amount of times I've gotten it total across the amount of time I've played this game, it's like 5.
Yeah. That's all right.
It's one of those kinds of tricks where if it works, pop it off.
Yeah, I've personally never done it. I sat down and tried to practice it for an hour, and I could not get it. So I'm also not the most patient.
Yeah.
All the logos from
Yeah,
Gala.
because they're essentially like a
There you go.
NASCAR.
Thank you to everyone.
the NASCAR
Yeah, I mean, that's why there's the Wooloos.
Yay.
I mean, that's why
Yeah,
Leon like has...
For Japanese, that is when you would end it. When it says,
When it
the,
says
end,
the end,
that is
yeah.
when you end time. So it's a little bit of a difference. And the funny thing is, even though for Japanese you spend there's that whole extra time going through the credits, it is still faster because Japanese text scroll is that much faster. That it actually catches up and overlaps English.
Yeah.
Did you swap a tennis twist to the front?
Not yet. Thank you.
Tentacruel, a very good Pokemon for this.
Yeah, it did very well.
As you can see.
I think overall, it's faster than Suicune.
Yeah.
Bit weaker special attack-wise, but I mean...
Like that's not
Sludgewave
that much of an
paid up for it, in my opinion.
Yeah. Like, there's definitely, like, a give and take for a lot of the Pokemon. Like,
Yeah.
If Pokemon are kind of comparable when it comes to, like, the stats or even the moves, it's just, like, a little bit of give and take here when it comes to the coverage. And it's like, oh, you're going to do this fight much cleaner, but you're going to struggle here and vice versa. So
Yeah.
that is one of the, I think, the really interesting things about this category is that from Pokemon to Pokemon, you're going to have to take fights very differently. And honestly, which is one of the reasons why when I'm at home and like doing this, I don't, like when I'm looking at the splits, I compare against like an average of the splits, because if you're comparing against like a PB, it's going to look so weird and out of place because, oh, a Pokemon that can go through Nessa without any setup, and compare that to a Pokemon that is very scared of a Gossipon.
Yeah.
Or scared of a drop of water, has to take extra turns of setup, and like comparing those two, it's just like a little bit awkward to look at. But if you just compare averages, it definitely evens out. Yeah, just one turn of setup with some special attack.
We're hoping for an attack here.
Nice,
Perfect.
nice.
Attack.
It'll Shadow Ball. Flash Cannon.
Yeah, flash cannon.
Yeah, so Shadow Ball and Flash Cannon both
Yeah.
are 80 power. And
Yeah.
it both you get stab on both of them, so
Fine.
use them interchangeably pretty much.
There's the flash cannon again. Oh, you're fine. Perfect.
Perfect.
As long as I hit my inputs.
Yeah.
I've accidentally missed inputs before.
Oh, I've definitely accidentally used like Dragon Pulse on
Yeah. I've used Dynamax Cannon by accident on.
I've also accidentally used Flamethrower against the Haxorus.
Doesn't work very well, does it?
Nah, it doesn't do too much. And then it just like slaps back and it's like, oh.
It has Earthquake.
It also has Dragon Claw.
Yeah, that's true. And Outrage.
Does a lot of damage. Haxorus has a lot of damage. Haxorus is also another Pokemon that I've had a lot of fun when it comes to this category because you can get Fracture.
It gets
the pre-mold
Rivalry as
form
well,
With
right?
Mold Breaker?
Rivalry as well?
It's Rivalry.
Yeah.
So similar with the discussion about the Nido King, Rivalry, you have to worry about doing more or less depending on the gender of the opponent. You then have to be a little bit more reliant on what gender you get your Pokemon because the Nido King is very consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It is
exactly.
Very consistent. Surprisingly, very consistent when it comes to the gender. Oh, you have more than a special attack, you're fine.
Yeah.
But Haxorus has a pretty solid physical attack stat. It's like 150.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, Dragapult,
And then just Charizard.
and now the Charizard,
Yep.
and at the end of, well, when it gets to the
Yeah, basically
Black
when it
Screen at the end.
fades.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, mine is definitely not as good.
Yeah, usually if I see the special attack is like around 180, I'm a little bit worried that I'm going to miss a range. It is also possible with that opening Aegis Slash, if it is still in shield form, the Flamethrower you can miss a range on. So
Yeah, that's usually the one to check.
Yeah.
It's probably the more scary one in my opinion.
yeah.
They are both still very favorable ranges. It's just, it's a range. you can die here.
Any range is a scary range
That
when
is
it comes
true.
to Pokemon speedrunning because so often you're built to be very specifically get through.
I wouldn't care
Let's
too
go.
much about losing to the Charizard speaker and just finish
Oh,
it.
yeah.
So
Alrighty. And 3, 2, 1. Time.
Time.
yay! Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you everyone for having us. It's been a wonderful time. PAX has been absolutely incredible. I'm still continuously blown away by the amount of support that you have all been showing us all here doing speedruns. And yeah, hope you enjoy the rest of the day. It's going to be a wonderful final day of PAX, and hope you all enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. That was great. All right, so up next we have Control Any Percent Inbounds, No Shield Glitch by Cass. So if you guys want to check out some more great runs, please just stick around for that. Otherwise, hope you're all having a great PAX 2023 last day. And that is also me signing off as your host. Thanks again, ASM and PAX Oz, for having me, and hope to see you all next year.
Good afternoon, PAX. How you going? My name is JK Sessions. I'll be taking you through as host for the next 2 games. So, strap yourselves in. Let's start ourselves off. We are Australian Speedruns. We are a group of speedrun events to raise money for charity. For this event, we're raising money for Game on Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research. If you would like to donate, you can go to donate.ausspeedruns.com. That is donate.ausspeedruns.com. If you are in the crowd here at PAX, you can go to the table to our right and you can make a cash donation as well. We also do have some incentives coming up. There's only a couple left. One of them is about to close. It's the outfit choice for Control. Choose your outfit for what Jesse wears for the run. Currently, Janitor's Assistant is ahead at $51. Golden Suit sitting behind at $30. Standard, $20. And it also Asynchronous is $20. If you would like to see Golden Suit, Standard or Asynchronous come in, you need to donate now or forever hold your peace. We also have Spyro 2, Ripto's Rage, Spyro Color. Choose the Spyro Color. We've got green at $294, black $250, pink $60.70, red, yellow, blue and purple are all at $0. So if you want to see any of those lower numbers, please donate as well. I would also like to thank our sponsor, Elgato. It is fantastic to have them on board to support Game on Cancer initiative. Elgato is a world-leading provider of audio-visual technology for content creators that make premium webcams, microphones, Stream Deck controllers, capture cards, and so much more. We also have some prizes that you can win for donating during this event for people within Australia. These prizes include Elgato Streamer Packs, which consist of Elgato Stream Deck Mark II and a Wave 3 microphone. We're also giving away plenty of games, including 3 physical copies of Sonic Origins Plus, provided by 5 Star Games, 5 digital copies of Heavenly Bodies by 2-Part Interactive, and 3 digital copies of Speaking Simulator by Affable Games. To enter into the pool of prizes, a minimum donation of $100 is required. Okay. I lost my train of thought there now at this point in time. Give me a sec while I get myself into the... Okay, here we go. To enter into the pool of prizes, a minimum donation of $100 is required, but even as little as $5 could see you winning one of these games. For more information and full terms and conditions, make sure you visit prizes.ausspeedruns.com. That is prizes.ausspeedruns.com. We'd like to thank Elgato, 5 Star Games, 2-Part Interactive, and Affable Games for providing these wonderful prizes. Just a quick one. We had a crowd donation of $20 going towards Standard in Control. Which brings that up to $40. So if you want Standard, you only need to give another $12 to actually get that up to point. Oh, hold on. We had a $30 donation from Anonymous. No comment. And then we had a $100 donation from a tall shade of the color red. $100 to a synchronous control outfit, bringing that in front. And Game on Cancer. $110. Okay, I just received word that we have received a $110 donation, cash donation from the crowd for Standard. So if you want that asynchronous, you need to donate another $31 to bring that in front. What was that? It went. Hold on. Cool. I've just been told to cut the incentive from here, so we'll wait and see from there. I'm sorry to whoever did that $40 donation. The incentive is now closed, unfortunately. The wording, however, was okay. $40 to the best outfit. In case you forgot, that's asynchronous. I am sorry you just missed out on that incentive.
Get ready to die.
I'm getting the thumbs up that we are ready to go. So, with that being said, coming up next we have controls. So take it away, Cass. Up. Hold on. Hold on. We're backing it up. We're getting one final thing before we're getting going again. I swear this never happened before. Hopefully this thumbs up is good to go. So I think we're ready to go again. So with that being said, take it away, Cass.
Thank you very much, JK. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals.